permissions to talk. Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it is 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a regular city council meeting of the city of San Juan Bautista, Tuesday, April 19th, 2022 at 2 p.m. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to Government Code 54953E1A. In order to minimize the spread of COVID-19 virus, the City Council is conducting this meeting by Zoom webinar and will be offering alternative options for public participation. You are encouraged to watch the meeting live on Zoom or Facebook. Welcome all. Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Edge, can you please start us off in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the
flag
flag of the United States of America
and to the
and
republic
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all.
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Jordan,
Present.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Present.
Councilmember Edge,
Here.
Councilmember Friels,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Here.
Thank you very much. All present.
Thank you very much. Reporting out from our closed session, City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mayor, I'm sorry. The council met this evening in closed session in a special meeting on the items, two of the items listed on the agenda. Under item B, which was the enforcement action by the State Water Resources Control Board, there was information given and direction provided. There was no reportable action taken on that matter this evening. Council also considered a conference with legal counsel under anticipated litigation, one instance of initiation of litigation. And in that matter, the council did give approval to initiate an action in eminent domain for one potential case. That was all the action taken this evening in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the council on matters not on this agenda. The law does not permit council action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. If council action is requested, the council may place the matter on a future agenda. Again, a reminder, this is public comment only on items not on the agenda. Please raise your hand and you have 3 minutes. Catherine. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I am here for one to thank you for hosting the Regional Authorities Earth Day this year as we celebrate in person, and also to invite you to the Earth Day celebration this Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m. at Luck Park. This year's event will feature over 20 booths offering environmental programs and fun interactive activities for children and adults who want to have a little fun. We will also have composting workshop, bike safety checks by Off the Chain, and live music by the Banana Slug String Band, and you don't want to miss that. That'll happen at 2:30. Oh, actually, that's going to happen a little at 3:15. At 2:30, we will be announcing the winners of the Recology Art Poster Contest, where we had over 200 student entries, and there will be an art walk, a gallery inside the library before we announce the winners. We hope to see you all there, and thank you for your support and your partnership with the Regional Authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Do we have any other public comment on items not on the agenda?
Anyone wishing to speak to council on items, please raise your hand at this time. I see no hands raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Consent items. Any council members wishing to pull an item for further discussion? Councilmember Edge,
No.
Vice Mayor Flores,
I have none, thank you.
thank you very much. Councilmember Friels,
None for me, thank you.
thank you. Councilmember Freeman. John? Do you want to pull
No.
anything on the consent item?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody from the,
I said no, thank you, though.
thank you, I got it, thank you, sorry. Anyone from the public wishing to pull an agenda item for further discussion?
We do have a hand raised. Did she move over? There we go.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Which item on the agenda, on the consent items, would you like to pull for further discussion?
Phone number
Is it
6540.
my- It's my turn now? Okay.
Yes.
So I heard on the previous meeting, a comment by a male voice. I don't know who it was because the problem with the Zoom is that we have no personal interaction. We don't know who's speaking. We don't have identity of any sort. The lack of transparency that seems to be a problem in San Juan Bautista regularly. That
I'm sorry, can you please state your name for the record?
Nancy Carlisle.
Thank you.
So you continue to move against the Brown Act and violate it. So the comment that was made at the beginning of the other meeting said, quote, "We want to make sure we're not doing something we shouldn't be doing," unquote. Well, let me tell you what you're doing that you shouldn't be doing. You're violating the
sorry.
Brown Act.
I'm sorry, Nancy, is this on the consent item? We're
This
on,
is on the top of the,
we're on item number
agenda.
4.
Oh, okay. Do you want to take on item number 4? Okay, let me start there then. Okay. So let's
Consent
talk
items?
about items number 4, C, D, and E. You're adopting minutes from a meeting that no public person has seen. There are no public posting of those minutes. Item F, my question is, what is the cost of that municipal code? Also, all of these ordinances and resolutions, I think that we as the constituents who have elected you ostensibly are due transparency on the costs of all of those items, like adopting all of these resolutions that San Juan Bautista sort of all of a sudden has a propensity of doing. It's amazing without any public transparency or comment. Most notably, I moved down to item K under the consent item, adopt a resolution of the City Council proclaiming and reaffirming the existence of a local emergency. What emergency is that? And L, right underneath that, to waive the reading of ordinances and resolutions on the agenda beyond the title. Yikes. I mean, how democratic is that? We don't even know what's on the ordinance or the resolution. You're not going to read it. We aren't able to discuss it. And yet, excuse me, you're going to enact it ex post facto once again, which is just another thing that San Juan Bautista, the City Council, likes to do, is to provide ex post facto rules that become mandatory on the citizens. I think that's not very good. I think that's not very wise. Under presentations, item number 5, we move down to proclamations, thanking people. Yes, we like to proclaim. We like ordinances and we like proclaiming in San Juan Bautista. And a proclamation for public works.
We're actually not on that agenda item, Ms. Cardile.
Excuse me, but you asked me to address agenda items. I only get 3 minutes. Excuse me, so I'm going to finish.
Those 3 minutes are.
So the proclamation is City Clerk's Week. I just want to point out that we don't even have a city clerk. Why would we proclaim City Clerk's Week? this is just, it's intolerable, your lack of respect for the citizenry here, our transparency. We have no instructions about how to add items onto the agenda without prejudice. We're not allowed to talk, or even, obviously I was off of the agenda, off of your agenda, although I was on your agenda. So it's very dismay. It's very disconcerting. And
Thank you very much.
I
Your
would
3
like-
minutes are
no,
up.
excuse me, I would like to have this item on the agenda that we can discuss in the May meeting. How would I go about doing that?
Give a call in the city
Council
hall.
action. Sorry, go ahead.
Give a call in the city hall. Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, give a call where? Excuse me, where? Give a call to who?
City hall.
Hello?
City hall.
Call City
Carlisle,
Hall.
yeah, I know you know how to call city hall because I've talked to you several times. So give us a call and we'll discuss your
Yeah.
agenda. Okay?
There is,
And I've done this several times. Don, I've done this several times and I've never been able to put an item on the agenda yet.
Oh, wow.
So tell me how that's fair and transparent.
Thank you
There
very
is-
much.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments. And I would actually like to pull F, G, and H. I just have quick questions on them.
Mayor, we should pull those two items also for a separate roll call vote. They are ordinances, adoption of ordinances this time.
I'm sorry, repeat.
We should pull F and G in any case to adopt those two ordinances. Ordinances require adoption by roll call vote, as everything does tonight because of the remote meeting of the council. But rather than having a roll call vote on the consent item, ordinances should have a separate roll call vote. Just, they could be pulled just for purposes of that formality.
Understood. Thank you very much. May I please have a motion to approve consent items A, B, C, D, E, I, J, K, and L?
I'll make a motion to accept those mentioned items on the consent agenda.
And I second the motion.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Edge and Councilmember Flores. May I please have a roll call vote?
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes,
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
5-0. Thank you.
I through L. Thank you. Item F. Adopt ordinance 2022-01 of the city of San Juan Bautista, adding sections 3, 4, 2, 5, 6 to the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to allow for liens as a remedy when transient occupancy tax is not remitted by an operator. Just a quick question. Where are we with this? How many do we have? How many have paid? Do we have an idea?
We have 2 operators and no outstanding fees at this time.
Awesome. Thank you very much. G, adopt ordinance 2022-02 of the city of San Juan Bautista, increasing the formal bid limit, requiring the city council approval and making other revisions to the municipal code. Informal bids, are they for construction only?
No, we often seek informal, well, there's also maintenance and repair. There could be streetlights that need to be repaired, for example. And it could also be for professional services. We just solicited informal bids to upgrade our city council chambers. We sent it to 10 different potential vendors and we got 2 responses. So we do this frequently.
Okay. But for things like engineering and
Professional
legal,
services.
professional services, thank you.
Yeah.
Those are different.
Those are different.
Yeah, those are different. Those are different.
Okay, thank you very much. In anywhere, do we call out minority-owned businesses and Scott, refresh my memory, where we could tag on to other,
Oh, the piggyback provisions?
yeah, sorry, thank you. We already talked about that in the last meeting. Okay, thank you. And adopt a resolution. And I'm sure we'll get to that in the next one. The fire marshal is on, right? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we can talk to him later about weed abatement. Okay, thank you for those. Does anybody else have any questions on those three? Okay, can I have a motion to adopt ordinances F and G and resolution H?
We should actually do the ordinances separately.
Okay,
They should be done separately.
can we do them do we have to do them individually?
Yes, yes,
Thank you.
yes.
May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2022-01 of the city of San Juan Bautista, adding section 34256 to the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to allow for liens as a remedy when transient occupancy tax is not remitted by an operator?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, John. Motion by Vice Mayor Flores, seconded by Councilmember John Freeman. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2022-02 of the city of San Juan Bautista, increasing the formal bid limit, requiring city council approval and making other revisions to the municipal code, chapter 2.8 purchasing procedures?
I move that we adopt ordinance number 2022-02.
Thank you very much. May I have a second? Thank you, Scott. Motion by Councilmember Edge, seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
And Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that that was the second reading of those ordinances. They were on the previous agenda and available on our website before the March 15 council meeting. And we did have the authors of those reports come and present in a hearing. So that was the second reading of those ordinances. Okay, I just wanted to be sure that everyone was aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance and ordering the abatement of weeds thereon, and noticing a hearing for the receipt of objections to the proposed abatement?
Need a motion on that?
Yes, please.
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much.
Council-
Motion.
I'm sorry.
Motion by Vice Mayor Flores, seconded by Councilmember Edge. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
thank you, and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick introduction before we move forward. welcome Lori Frontella, who is our city clerk for the day. Presentations, proclamations, informational items, and reports. Proclamation. Thanking LULAC for donations of laptops for the library. Sincere appreciation to LULAC for their donation of 5 laptops to the San Juan Bautista City Library. Whereas the mission of the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, is to advance the economic condition, educational attainment, political influence, health, and civil rights of the Hispanic population of the United States. And whereas it is the mission of the San Juan Bautista City Library to acquire, organize, and provide access and guidance to a wide variety of information and materials of contemporary interest and permanent value for the education, intellectual stimulation, and social needs of all the people of its community. And whereas connectivity and technology gaps persist throughout the San Benito County, with more residents seeking assistance through their local library. And whereas LULAC donated 5 Hewlett-Packard laptops with Intel Core i5 processors, Windows 10 Pro, 4 gigabyte memory, CD-ROM drives, and 15.5-inch screens in February 2020 for use by elders in our community of San Juan Bautista. Now, therefore, I, Leslie Q. Jordan, Mayor of the City of San Juan Bautista, express our gratitude to LULAC for its generous contributions to the community and continuation of our shared goals and collaboration over the years and in the years to come. Thank you so much for those computers. They were actually shown just recently in front of, at a community hall meeting. Thank you, Mary. Proclamation, National Public Works Week.
Mickey Luna is here from.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Mickey. I didn't even see you there. Hi, welcome.
She has to unmute.
Mickey, unmute yourself, please.
Mickey? I don't know. She can't hear you, I guess.
I don't wish. Mickey, can you unmute yourself?
I'm trying to move her over, or
Oh, she
even,
did it. Oh,
There she is.
There she is. Hi, Mickey. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
You know, it's, I believe it's every nonprofit organization's goal is to assist your community. And I'm so glad that, you know, our national organization was able to provide our local council and San Juan Bautista with the laptops, because I know it would benefit your community. And I'm just glad that we were able to do that. And I'm hoping that in the future, all our educational programs, you know, we can have the participation of San Juan Bautista residents. So thank you for the proclamation. We're honored to receive it, especially this year that San Benito County LULAC celebrates 35 years of achievements in San Benito County. So thank you so much. It is very much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank LULAC for their generosity.
Yeah.
Thank you. Proclamation, National Public Works Week 2022. Whereas public works infrastructure, facilities, and services are of vital importance to sustainable communities and to the health, safety, and well-being of the people of this community. And whereas such facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees from state and local governments and the private sector who are responsible for and must plan, design, build, operate, and maintain the transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential to serve our citizens. And whereas It is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children of California to gain knowledge of and maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas this year marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Leslie Jordan, Mayor of the City of San Juan Bautista, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th to the 21st, 2022 as National Public Works Week. And I urge all of our residents to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they have made to our national health, safety, welfare, and quality of life. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you. Proclamation 52nd anniversary of Municipal Clerks Week, May 1st through 7th, 2022. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. Whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education, programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. Now, therefore, I, Leslie Q. Jordan, Mayor of the City of San Juan Bautista, do recognize the week of May 1st through May 7th, 2022 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our acting city clerk, Don Reynolds, and all of the municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Thank you all very much. Lori, thanks for joining us and helping us out here.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. We appreciate you. 5D, Central Coast Community Energy Annual Member Agency Presentation. Who are we here?
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me. Give me one
Hi,
second
Gabe.
here.
Welcome.
Hi. I am just getting the slides set up. I was just able to confirm that here, but just wanted to introduce myself. Let me turn my camera on as well. Hello, my name is, put a face to the name. My name is Gabe Ruiz. I am a senior commercial accounts manager with Central Coast Community Energy. I'll be providing the City of San Juan Bautista's annual update this evening. 1 second here while I just go ahead and confirm my slides. And yes, I have the ability to share screen. So thank you very much for that. And if you could just confirm you are able to see my screen.
You are up.
Perfect. Fantastic. All right. Thank you, Council and Mayor. My name is Gabe Ruiz. Again, my role with Central Coast Community Energy is a senior commercial customer manager. So really in my role, what I do is I work with our member agencies, with the cities and counties that are enrolled here in our Tri-County, in our Northern service area, as well as with our key accounts in our ag community. So it'd be my pleasure to answer any questions that you have at the end of the presentation, but if I'm unclear in any of my information, please feel free to interrupt me, and I'd be happy to clarify. So education for maybe any new council members or public as well. So Central Coast Community Energy, we are what we call a CCA, a community choice aggregate. And really what that is there was Assembly Bill 117. This was passed back in 2002, which established CCAs. Central Coast Community Energy is one of currently 23 CCAs serving 11 million customers in the state of California. CCAs support local governments, helping them meet their climate action goals, providing residents and businesses with more energy options, really try to ensure local transparency and accountability and drive economic development. More than 200 cities and counties throughout California have chosen to participate in a community choice aggregate. So the way that it really works is, so CCAs offer the opportunity for their communities to join together and choose where their source of electricity is coming from. So what Central Coast Community Energy does is we go out and we buy the power for our collective ratepayers. We then work with the investor-owned utility to deliver that over the existing transmission lines, but providing a cleaner, more competitive alternative to the existing utility. So CCCE is one of 13 CCAs that collaborates with PG&E in this way. So a city or county joins Central Coast Community Energy really just to gain more control over their electricity needs and provide economic and environmental benefits to their community. The revenue generated by CCCE stays local. What it really does is it helps in it. What we do is we reinvest that money, the bill that is being paid by our customers to make sure that, one, we're trying to keep rates low for our customers while also providing funding for energy programs. So as an agency right now, we are 33 members strong. That's 33 cities and counties that collectively agreed to provide their communities with cleaner energy. CCCE is an electricity provider to over 400,000 customers across the Central Coast, which geographically actually makes us the largest CCA. Again, that's a community choice aggregate in California. And being the largest, we do represent a very diverse community. So within each of these communities, we participate in business and industry associations, as well as community-based organizations. Also, I am pleased to announce that a 34th community has elected to join Central Coast Community Energy. That is the city of Atascadero, recently voted to join as a member, and we do look forward to their future enrollment. So we're governed by two voting bodies. This is our policy and our operation boards. These boards are made up of city managers, mayors, council members, other elected officials. Voting seats are determined by population and region, grouping those together. Member agencies with populations over 50,000 have a continuous voting seat. Populations under 50,000 are grouped together by their region to share a rotating voting seat. As an example, for the representation that you currently have, we have the city of Hollister is currently sitting on our policy and operations board. But the policy members there, we have Councilmember Morales is on our policy member, and City Manager Brett Miller is on our operations board. And then also we have a Community Advisory Council. The Community Advisory Council is made up of qualified and committed individuals. We have, they have important connections to the community. Again, we have such a diverse community. Having that council is very important to us. What they do in their role is they serve as an advisory body to the Policy and Operations Board and CCCE staff on policy recommendations, customer programs, and community engagement. So some of the accomplishments that I would like to speak about, really what we've done, since our inception in 2018 and what we've done this year. But right now, Central Coast Community Energy serves 94% of eligible customers in our service area. Within the last 12 months, we've increased our signups to 3C Prime. That is our 100% clean and renewable option by 40%. And we've increased our enrollment by 25%, again, which makes us the largest, geographically, the largest CCA in the state. The agency is staffed right now of 34 employees in 2 offices in Monterey and now San Luis Obispo, serving our newest enrolled customers. In 2018, or I'm sorry, since 2018, I should say, CCCE has allocated $27 million to local energy programs through this calendar year. And we've provided over $50 million in customer savings. What we've also done is establish contracts that have increased our total megawatts from renewable energies by 49% and have increased battery storage contracts by 23%. CCCE has received an A credit rating from the S&P. We were the first community choice aggregate to receive an A credit rating. And, I think that really is just going to allow us to really make more strategic decisions for our communities, for the communities that we serve.
I'm sorry, Gabe, can you hold on one second? Can everybody please mute themselves? We're getting some feedback. Thanks. Sorry, go ahead, Gabe.
So, clearly stated here, you can see our goal is to, reach 100% clean and renewable, by 2030. So really what that means is, the energy that we provide to our service area will come from 100% of that energy will come from clean and renewable sources. So in order to reach that goal, we've entered into contracts for approximately over $1 billion in long-term solar plus storage contracts. We've been doing that since 2018. Right now, we have executed 14 contracts with clean and renewable energy providers. These projects are really going to get us to this goal. So right now, the 14 contracts that we have in place, if you can see here, 60% by 2025, the contracts that we have now in place are already going to get us to that goal. So we'll continue to add contracts, from this point forward to get us to reach that goal of 100% by 2030. Also, we've shortlisted 7 local projects for local renewable RFPs. And we've joined CCAs really as a group. There's a lot of strength within the CCA community. We come together, we work together, right? There's 23 within the state. Regionally, we work very closely with many of the ones that, within Northern California. But really working together to, create and advance, this long duration storage that's going to support grid reliability through existing and new technologies within our communities. We also recently issued an RFQ for up to 100 megawatts of front of the meter battery storage. So that's very exciting. That is something that I believe I will talk a little bit more about here soon. So these are our historic rates. We've kind of always followed this IOU minus model is what we call it internally. We take a look at what the investor-owned utility rates are, and we basically provide a percentage discount. So you can see there 2018, 3%, 2019, 5%, and we started 2020 with 7%. Obviously 2020 was a very different year. So what we did in light of the pandemic and what is happening to our communities, we felt it was our role to create as much value for our customers in the immediate, what we could do through a rate reduction. So our board unanimously voted to cut the rates by 50% for all electric generation charges for our customers for the months of May and June 2020. So no action needed to be taken by our customers. We didn't ask them to fill anything out. We just cut the rates for those 2 months as a way to provide for our community. So that is something that I just always like to point out. I believe we were the only utility within the state to do anything like that, in response to COVID. Since then, the money came from our rate reserve fund, which is something that we use with people that, they pay their bill. A portion of that payment goes into the rate reserve. So we pulled that money from the rate reserve. Since then, we have been building back up that rate reserve and other places that money had come from as well. But we are still providing a discount. The discount now has just been 2%. But to that end, I should say, we have also established a new rate structure. So we are no longer following the investor-owned utility generation rates. Really what's happened in the past is, we've received comment that thank you for providing the discount, but what are you doing to stop the rates from going up? Because you are, if you have seen the generation rates, over the years, there's continual increase. So our answer to that has been this cost of service model. This did come into effect March 1st. This is basically what we are trying to do is create simpler rates, fair rates across all rate classes. We're really trying to reduce the subsidization that happens within these rate classes, while still aiming to be competitive within each one of those rates. So we're working closely with our customers, residential customers. We held webinars for commercial and residential customers last year, letting them know that this change was coming. This change, there was a pause to this change happening. It was supposed to happen January 1st. But there was some changes with PG&E's rates and when they were changing their rates that we had to hold off for that until March 1st. But really, your money goes into 4 buckets. Generally, 90% of your bill now is going to pay for the energy. We're going to have 4% is going to go to energy programs. 3% is going to go into the rate stabilization fund. That's the fund that we pulled the money to pay for that 50% reduction in rate during our response to COVID. And then another 3% for administrative costs, the building, contracts that we have with local providers, vendors as well. So taking a look at the city of San Juan Bautista, we have a 91% enrollment, which is a little below our average, but we're very, very happy with that to keep that over 90%. You can see the numbers there. With residential, commercial customers, definitely a lot of commercial accounts, I would say, compared to the total number. So a lot of commercial business there, and then a few ag as well. And what I do like to say is with our energy programs, you really have taken advantage of it. The programs that have gone to the residents within the city of San Juan Bautista, over $10,000 in our Electrify Your Ride program. So this is paying for people who are buying EVs. We're giving $2,000 to $4,000 there, depending on their income, eligibility, but also home charging stations and e-bikes. So people are taking advantage of that within your community, and we're really happy to see that. Talk about a few more of our programs. So from our past and current program budgets, as I said earlier, we have contributed $27 million towards energy programs in our service area. For this fiscal year, again, we've dedicated 4% of our operating revenue, which accounts for about $14.1 million. Our Electrify Your Ride program, which I was just speaking to, we have $2.8 million there. That is set aside for rebates, again, for people who purchase all electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles, charging units. And this also is for commercial charging units as well, not just residential. And as well as, the funding for that also goes towards labor costs or any panel upgrades that may need to be done at the residence or at the place of business. So the new construction, also electrification, that is something I do like to talk about. Not one in San Juan Bautista, but there is one happening in San Benito County, which I think does directly affect San Juan Bautista. So there is a new construction electrification grant. Now this is dedicated to 2 things. One, it has to be affordable housing and it has to be all electric. So we're happy to support that, with this money, and we are working on more and more projects now as we speak within our entire service area. Also, ag electrification. I spent a lot of time in San Benito County in the area, and I know how important ag is to the community. So ag electrification, right now we have $600,000 dedicated to that program. In the past, it has been, it's continued to increase. This is the 3rd edition of ag electrification, and we continue to raise that amount. So I spoke to Electrify Your Ride, but just a couple quick key points on there. Again, these are for home and commercial grade level 2 chargers we give funding for. You can apply for a plug-in hybrid or an EV. $2,000 is the base incentive. And now if you're income qualified, we double that incentive. Also, what we assist with on the website is helping you find other areas where you can really bring together all the rebates that are out there. It's something difficult to do because you have to search in all these different locations. We actually link you directly to a website that says, okay, in your area, this is what you can qualify for. Also, e-bikes have been very popular. So we can basically, if you're looking at purchasing a $1,000 e-bike, you can apply for up to $500 off that e-bike. And if you purchase it at a local small business, local dealer, you get an additional $100 off. So some of the battery storage projects that we're looking to fund, really with the goal of this, and we're working closely with our member agencies. Again, you can see that we're really trying to reduce grid stress, increase reliability, and reduce GHGs. This is going to give the opportunity for our communities to become more reliable and more resilient. We're working right now with providing these no-cost sites from our member agencies for 15 to 20-year terms. We really are, see, out of all the member agencies, we had 15 that submitted over 90 sites. So we're working on kind of finishing that out right now, going through which projects are going to continue. So I'm hope to have an update at another time for the council. Then just a few more points here. We have our medium and heavy duty electrification program. So this program is something that we have been working closely with member agencies on. I know I've spoken to several of the cities already, and we're going to continue to have these conversations. But you can see here, it's basically we're targeting street sweepers, garbage trucks, dump trucks, first responder vehicles as well. What the intent of this is to cover the difference. If you need to go out and buy a new fire engine, compared to a diesel from an all electric fire engine, what is the cost difference? We're going to cover that cost difference to incentivize you to go all electric. Our farm worker outreach program, we have a team that is dedicated to this. So you can see there that we've worked on making sure that, again, being in a diverse community, we want to make sure that we are reaching all corners of our service area. We're getting out into the field, we're hosting events, we're working with local radio stations as well to make people aware. Really, so it has been a successful program. I truly believe that we've been able to speak to the people face to face directly. And I think it has made an impact, and it's spreading awareness in areas that we feel we can sometimes have a hard time reaching. So we're trying to get out there in person, to make those connections. This is one that we're doing. So this is live now. But really what it is it's a portal for our customers, residential customers at this point, to really take a look at their energy costs and their rate and their usage, and to help educate them and really empower them to know a little bit more about how they're using energy. You can look at your bills, you can look at your usage, right? The services that we provide. So if you want to opt up, we can tell you how much it's going to cost you to go to 3C Prime, and give you the ability to do that on your own. And then you can look at programs. So if you want to apply for our Electrify Your Ride program within that account, that is something that's still in development, but within that account, you can say, okay, where am I in this process? Is the check in the mail? Are they still reviewing my application? So instead of having to call in and, get to a line and be connected and send an email, really just empowers you to know more, about your application and when you can expect the rebate. And then lastly here, our vendor registry. So this is something we are really working to make sure that our money stays local. So we're trying to get companies to register for our vendor registry. We're working with our chambers to get this information out. We're members of many of the chambers, business councils, different various associations. But if we have legal services that we need, or media, or a website design, we want to put out, someone to bid on the work. We want to pull that from our local vendor registry. So this is something that has recently been built. Again, we continue to outreach. We're going to continue to push more and more and more, because we want to make sure the money that we spend, that you are spending on your energy, stays local. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Gabe, thank you very much for that. Super informative. I'm going to go through the council first. Councilmember Edge, questions, comments, concerns?
You know, I don't have any questions for you, Gabe. Thank you for the presentation. I did go through, because we had a copy of your presentation, and it sounds great, and it's very interesting, and maybe we'll be seeing more of you.
Hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No questions, but thank you for your presentation. A lot of information there.
A lot of information. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Freeman? Please unmute yourself, John. Thank you.
Thank you for the great report, Gabe. As you may know, late last week, the Air Pollution Control Board of the state of California is pushing a new program to up the number of EVs on the road by, I believe it's 2030. And right now, as I look through it, you guys are really the only ones having a program. PG&E offers nothing in terms of EV rebates or stimulus, activities. So I was wondering, are you guys going to be working with the Air Pollution Control Board to speed up the adoption of EVs? Just curious.
Yeah, I know that our programs team, our director of programs, John Greaser, he has a lot of experience in this area. If you're familiar with 3C Ren, he spent a lot of time there. And that is, he has a lot of great connections, and I know that he does work with other agencies. I can't speak specifically to the Air Resource Board, but I would imagine that those conversations between our programs team and them are happening, because I know we try to pull as much input as we can, from other agencies to make sure that we are aligned. We would hate for, any of our programs or money to, the idea too is that all these programs are stackable. So we try to match with others. We want to make sure, like, we don't want any, if you want our money, you can have somebody else's money too. We're trying to give away free money. So yeah, John, I hope that answers your question. I'm certain that there's some conversations that happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to the public now. You have 3 minutes. Do we have any public comment? Lori, please unmute yourself.
Hi, sorry about that. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak? You would, on your phones, you would do *9, *9 to be able to speak to council. Is there anybody wishing to speak? Raise your hand. I see no citizens wishing to speak at this time.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Gabe.
I do see a hand raised, Lori. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Nope, that's okay.
Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a 6-5. Okay. Let me allow to talk. I will keep the time on my clock right here and let you know when the 3 minutes are up.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
I'm hoping you're speaking to me. This is Nancy Carlisle, and I have lots of questions. First of all, Gabe, can I get some contact information for you, please? How would I get a hold of you? Hello?
Sure. Hi. Sorry. I was
Gabe?
on mute there. Yes. Can you hear me?
That's okay. Yes, I can.
Yeah, I would. If you have any questions, I would start with our call center. Let me see. If
No, Gabe, I don't have questions for your call center. I have questions for you. And I have a lot of questions. However, I only have 3 minutes. And I have about 3 pages of notes that I just took on your presentation, which I couldn't see, but I could hear. And this is, again, is pointing out the limitations of Zoom meetings. We're not really able to participate as the public because we're not able to see what's going on. We're not able to see the people. So I would like to have a conversation with you after this. I know it won't be within the 3 minutes. May I please have a way of contacting you?
Nancy, I would just again suggest having the call center reach out to me, give them your information, and they will pass that on to me immediately. They're very good about that. I prefer not to share my
Okay.
cell phone number directly, but I mean, if you call the call
Okay.
center and say, I need to speak to Gabe Ruiz, they'll be sure to get you to me, and I'd be happy to reach out to you that day.
Gabe, I'm just telling you, I'm paying your salary. I think I have a right to have your phone number so I can call you directly. I can guarantee you, if I call your call center tomorrow, I am not going to get through to you.
I would have to disagree with you on that, but if, I just really suggest reaching out to the call center, ask for me, please, and they'll send me an email. If you share your contact information, I'd be happy to reach out to you.
Gabe, can you please
Gabe,
share that phone number?
Yes.
31.
Am I able to
265.
put it in the chat?
Sorry, Gabe, we don't do chat. So
Chat,
is it
okay.
the 888 number?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
the call center for 3C Energy is 888-909-6227.
And I
Okay,
would be
and
happy,
Gabe had-
happy to speak with you tomorrow. It really would be my pleasure to go over any question or concerns you have.
Gabe, I am going to call you first thing in the morning, and I'll wait to see if I really get a call and we'll speak to you directly. Would you please spell your last name for me?
RUIZ.
R-E-Y-Z?
I'm sorry, RUIZ.
Oh, I'm sorry, R-U-I-Z. Okay,
Yes.
great. So, okay, I will do that. And I just want to point
Thank you
out
very
one more
much.
time.
Nancy, your time is up. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Fire Marshal Bedola, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Charlie. I don't have anything on this. I just wanted to bring up a comment that I thought it's just a time for public comment, not a question and answer during these presentations. So I was just reiterating if that's what it is that we're supposed to have. I'm not looking for answers. I just thought that public comment only allows for comment, not for question and answer. So I'm just bringing that up and asking that question right there.
Thank you.
That's all it is.
Thanks, Charlie. This is a time where we can ask questions to our presenters. Thank you. Do we have any other public comment or questions?
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Please raise your hand. There's none at this time. Thank you. Oh, Charlie, did you want to talk again, or do you want lower your hand? Okay, thank you.
We're good. Thank you very much. Gabe, thank you again for this presentation. Very informative. Again, if anybody needs to contact 3C Energy, the phone number is 888-909-6227. Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time this evening.
Thanks.
Also,
Bye.
Mayor, the full agenda and Gabe's presentation is available on the website, on the city's website.
Thank you. 5E, Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operation Program. Presentation by San Benito County Analyst Graciela Rodriguez. Gracie, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Today for the presentation, I have invited Roya Bagheri. She is from Cook Alliance. She is the executive director, and she will be presenting today on the MICO program, the Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations. She is very knowledgeable. And with that, I want to go ahead and pass it on to Roya.
Thank you very much, Roya. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate your time today. As Gracie said, I'm the executive director of the Cook Alliance, and we're the leading nonprofit voice for home food entrepreneurs, and worked with Assemblyman Garcia's office as a primary organizational sponsor of AB 626. So I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation now. And would be happy to also answer any questions you all have at the end of the presentation. So specifically, AB 626 is the Homemade Food Operations Act, and we shorten that to MICO based on the Microenterprise Home Kitchen Operations acronym. And it was passed into law by the California legislature in 2018 with a cleanup bill that followed an called AB 377 in 2019. And it allows home cooks to apply for this MECO permit to legally sell most types of food directly to the public from a home kitchen. And what this does is builds upon the success of the existing cottage food law, which allows individuals to legally sell baked goods and shelf-stable items. The state law does require that each county opt into the law to authorize this type of food facility. And it's the county specifically because they're the ones that have jurisdiction over the health departments. So Riverside, Imperial, Lake, Solano, Santa Barbara, Alameda, San Mateo, Sierra, and San Diego have already opted in and are issuing permits, with others pending. And so there is widespread support from advocates in San Benito County that brought this to your supervisors for either full implementation of this program or potentially a 2-year pilot program. And so what is a MECO? It's a food facility operated by a resident in a private home, and they can serve all types of hot and cold foods with the exception of New Orleans oysters, smoked or cured foods, pickled, preserved foods, ice cream or raw milk products, vacuum packed foods, shellfish, no CBD or THC, but homegrown food, fruit and veggies are okay to use. And there are caps and limits. So it's $50,000 in gross annual sales, 30 meals per day, 60 meals per week, up to 1 full-time employee and 1 MECO per resident. And specifically, everything must happen on the same day, including preparation, cooking, serving, and delivery. And so it's direct sales only. No catering, events, or farmers markets as a part of this, no third-party delivery services. So for example, they wouldn't be using like Uber Eats or DoorDash, those types of services. But in-home cooking demos and classes would be okay under this. And there are a number of food safety regulations through the health department. For example, submitting a full, application, and they are required to get a food manager certification, which involves, hours of educational training and then a test. And then there is a yearly inspection, as well as potential for an inspection if there is potentially a food safety violation. So why are MECOs really beneficial to the community? We've broken it down into 3 different components: inclusion, incubation, and innovation. In terms of inclusion, it provides entry for lower income individuals and caretakers who otherwise could not afford to operate their own food businesses. So this is improving access to healthy food for individuals that are living in food deserts or don't have that same access. It allows those that are already cooking illegally to come out from the shadows, provides helpful safety guidelines and food manager instructions to those that might not otherwise have formal training. And it levels the playing field between traditional brick and mortar restaurants and home kitchens by requiring the inspection, training, business licensing, and payment of applicable taxes and fees. And this is because, it's estimated that there are tens of thousands of Californians that are already selling food from home informally because of these high barriers. So with social media, specifically on Facebook, on Instagram, there are a number of people that are, doing this to make extra income. And current unlicensed home cooks face possible fines. Consumers face public health risks with this existing informal economy, which is estimated to be 30% first-generation immigrants, 85% women, 48% African, Hispanic, or of multiracial descent, 35% household incomes of less than $45,000 per year. And this is largely because pathways to entrepreneurship like this were out of reach for many underserved populations, including busy parents, recent immigrants, low-income community members. And if you look at the costs of actually opening a brick and mortar, food establishment, the average is around $400,000. Even to, work out of a food truck or a commercial kitchen, you're still looking around $50,000, $45,000. But the all-in cost to launch a MECO is estimated to be around $1,000, including that permit. So specifically for caretakers, people who are unable to work a traditional job due to caretaking duties, it's made a huge impact. So we have a home cook that's been operating for more than 2 years out of Riverside County, named Denise Blackman. And she's quoted as saying, being able to operate a home cooking business is especially helpful because I'm the single parent of a special needs son. This lets me work around his schedule when I'm able and help support my family. and looking for means to make ends meet. I drove Uber, did Uber Eats and all of that, but nothing seemed to really work to meet my needs. The first day that I cooked, I literally made more money than 2 weeks worth of Uber. It's helped everything. My life went from really struggling from paycheck to having this means to make ends meet and doing it on my own. On terms. And so Miko's really particularly support women-driven entrepreneurship in rural suburban communities. In terms of incubation, again, Miko's have caps. If you break down the math for those 30 meals per day or 60 meals per week, that's like cooking 3 meals per day for a family of 4. So in terms of questions about, is this going to have more of an impact on the infrastructure waste, that goes down, it is actually not that much because of the caps that have been placed. And then these caps, of course, help ensure that Miko's and brick and mortar restaurants can coexist, and it's meant to be kind of a stepping stone for potentially those that might want to also open their own restaurants. So in Riverside, a permitted Miko chef has quoted as saying, "I have a lifelong dream to open a brick and mortar Cajun restaurant, but never had access to the funds to get it off the ground." His Miko gave him the platform to build a strong customer base, showcase his cuisine for the community, and draw the attention of investors. And so, he's actually looking now to open a Cajun restaurant and has gotten into catering as well with the opportunity that he got through his Miko. And then in terms of innovation, there are many different forms of Mikos. A lot of people consider that, oh, this is going to be like a home restaurant, but in fact, that's only the number of people that allow dine-in as an option, in their backyard, for example, is very low, less than 10%. But some other examples include like a farmer wanting to offer educational cooking classes and tasting events using specialty produce, the local entrepreneur testing out their restaurant idea before signing a lease on a brick and mortar, personal chef preparing nutritious meals for senior citizens, cottage food operators that are expanding their menus to include other ingredients, families selling pumpkin pies, tamales, other specialty foods during the holidays, couple, for example, hosting cooking classes and a supper club at their home, church members preparing meals for people experiencing homelessness or hunger, home cook making takeout meals for neighbors, farm workers. And that takeout, ordering method is what we've seen as the most common, across the state and the areas that have actually implemented Mikos. So we did do a 2-year study into Riverside County since they were the first to start issuing permits as of June of 2019. And currently there are about 120 permitted home cooks operating out of Riverside, and they actually received the 2020 California State Association of Counties Merit Award for their home kitchen ordinance. And in surveying, we found that it's about 85% people of color, majority women. We asked about, how many use deep frying techniques, and in fact, it's a very low number, about 6%. And on top of that, by getting the food manager certification, they're actually learning proper safe methods of grease disposal. So, we're hoping in the future to be able to show statistics that this is actually making communities healthier and helping those that are already participating in the informal economy to have access to that education. And through all of this, there have been 0 food safety related complaints. There have been 0 food safety related complaints throughout the state. So associated with Mikos. And then in terms of code enforcement compliance, because Mikos are still required to abide by any, city ordinances and anything to do with noise, traffic, odors, for example. We found that in that 2-year case study, there were only 2 complaints about all of these Mikos, and they were quickly resolved. So that was a 98.5% code enforcement compliance rate. And so we found that cities haven't had to do a lot of enforcing or sending their people out at all. And so just to sort of recap what the benefits are, it's about empowerment, creating an inclusive pathway to empower entrepreneurs to generate income, test out their business models, fiscal security, providing supplemental income to families most in need, flexibility, it's allowing those who need to work from home the option to set their own days and hours, improved safety, ensuring health and safety standards with legal requirements and inspections by the county, improved access, supports access to fresh, healthy, cultural food opportunities, opportunities, especially for those living in food deserts. Economic development is a huge one. It strengthens local economy by increasing opportunity for small business ownership. And then pandemic recovery. It also provides a much needed opportunity for, displaced food workers or people that might have, are still struggling to get back on their feet to do so. And so I would be happy to answer any questions for you. We've found that other cities and counties that have implemented are have signed letters of support, and that's partially what we're looking for you all to potentially do here today, and to indicate to your county that is looking for guidance about whether to implement or opt into this, your opinions on it all. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Gracie, thanks for bringing Roya on. This was, we talked about this at the intergovernmental to bring it back to the individual jurisdictions. And this was an awesome presentation. Thank you both very much for that. Councilmember Edge, questions?
So, Roya, where is your home base? Where are you from?
I'm personally located out of San Diego, but we work with advocates, all across the state and in fact across the country. This is becoming, a nationwide movement. Utah became the second state to implement this, and we're working, in other areas as well. So,
what counties or cities from California do you have? How many do you have?
So right now there are 10 jurisdictions in California that have opted in, with a number of others that are also, it's in their pipelines and they're looking to do it. And again, California was back in 2018, it was the first law of its kind. And so it's definitely gaining traction and momentum, especially with the spotlight from the pandemic.
So are they all over California, or where are these cities, these jurisdictions? Where are they?
So actually on our website, we have put a MECO map from public data from the health departments, but as of right now, it's Riverside County, Imperial County, Lake County, Solano County, Santa Barbara County, Alameda County, San Mateo County, Sierra County, San Diego County was the most recent one. And then also the city of Berkeley is a special exception because they have their own health department. There are 4 cities within the state of California that have their own health department, and so they have the authorization there. So as of right now, it's 10 jurisdictions, and we're working with other similar cities and counties to get this to expand.
Well, it's a great concept, and it makes me think of my mom, because my mother used to make enchiladas. Everybody loved my mother's enchiladas, and so she used to sell her enchiladas. And it's too bad that she's gone now and she doesn't do that, but it's a great concept. And thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you, Gracie.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No questions, but thank you for the presentation. And I think it's a great opportunity for some people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
No real questions. Thank you for the very good presentation. Enjoyed it.
Thank you. So this is similar to a brick and mortar, as in they still need a county health permit and they're inspected annually.
Yes.
And need a business license from the city.
Yes, they would go to get the business license through your city.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Lori, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. We have a couple. Oops. Yes, we do have one. Phone number ending in 2269. You are allowed to talk.
Thank you very much. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
And take yourself off mute.
I believe you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Oh, there you go.
There we
Okay,
go.
good evening, everybody. This is Jackie Morse Lopez. And so I may have missed the beginning of the presentation. Was this just in regards to the Mycos selling food products? I think, or is it all sort of small home centered businesses? Can I ask that question?
Yes, you can ask that question. Roy, go ahead.
This is specifically just home kitchen operations, so it would just be selling food and meals from out of your home kitchen.
Okay, got it. Well, I think it's a great concept, but I'm going to be very frank with you. We have we're a small town. We have a few restaurants and businesses here that are brick and mortar, and I'm just kind of concerned that this may, they're already struggling through COVID. We have the parklets. We have a lot of businesses that, are shuttering across the state. And we as a small town with limited amount of small business owners have struggled. So I think it's a great concept, but I'm not sure if this would really help the businesses that are here that are struggling and rely on, every little bit of business that they can get. Granted, we do have tourism season coming up, but I just don't know if this would be the right model for our small business community. But it sounds like a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Roy or Gracie, do you have anything to add to that?
So we found that just because Amico is so different from a brick and mortar, they don't necessarily always attract the same customers. A lot of Amico operators are, doing this to feed their neighbors. And actually we've had restaurant association members call and restaurant owners call in and support, saying that, either they got their start this way to actually save up to become a brick and mortar, or unfortunately, we've also spoken with restaurant owners that lost their business, and this is how they're getting their back on their feet. So it's meant to be, a stepping stone, and because of those caps and those limitations, it's not like they can all of a sudden open up and start serving, a wide number of people. It's limited for that reason.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
We do have a hand raised. Let's see, Nancy, would you like to speak to this item, or is your hand is raised?
Hi, Nancy, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just want to say I think that the micro kitchen is a lovely idea. I think it's very good for our people to be enterprising on their own. I think that's very good. I do understand that it does impact the local brick and mortar restaurants too, but I think that's a great idea. I think that we need more of government allowing us to do what we do best.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I see none at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gracie, thanks again for bringing this to us. Roya, great presentation. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and thank you, Roya, for being here to support it. I did want to ask, I know that this item is also under section 8A. Would you need us to be present at that time as well?
No.
Okay,
John, do we?
No, the intention was to get some direction from the council under action items to send a letter of support or otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you again.
You.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
San Benito County Sheriff's Office presentation by Deputy Ryan Miller. Oh, there he is. Hi, Deputy Ryan Miller. Please unmute yourself.
I was not aware that I was doing a presentation. I was just told to come.
Well, welcome. Thank you for your services.
No problem.
Deputy Miller is our dedicated deputy in San Juan Bautista. Don, do you want to do a little background or hours of operation, where he's located, or Ryan, do you want to do that?
Yeah, Brian, it was just a matter of introduction. I'm sorry, we went through the lieutenant, so we didn't get to talk to you directly, but just an introduction to the community, the way we did for our public safety committee the last Monday in March. And what have you learned since you've been here? You've been here a couple weeks now. It'd be great to get.
Yeah, this will be week 3 coming up. I work Wednesday to Saturday, 2 to midnight. If you guys hear any noise, let me know. It's my dog. I'll get her out of here.
We're good.
But it's 2 to midnight, Wednesday to Saturday. Flexible schedule if needed, like for events, I could be here for those and things like this. Learn that it's a quiet town, but I have lived here since 2020, so not too bad. I've been busy with some other things going on, catching some people coming in and out of town, but been keeping myself busy, having some fun, meeting all the businesses. It's nice to see everybody, kind of know everybody, so that's always good. From the Central Valley, I started law enforcement in Fresno County Jail, did that for about 2 years. Then I worked in Scotts Valley PD, did that for a little bit. Then I came here in San Benito. I've been here since October. And I worked the main parts of the county and then started San Juan Bautista in about, I think it's April 6th was my first day. And that really about it for the career part. If you guys got any questions, just let me know.
Thank you very much. I have heard nothing but good things from all of our business owners, chatting and seeing you walk the town. Thank you. Councilmember Edge.
Welcome, Ryan. I did call in some, I thought I heard gunshots and I called it in and lo and behold, before I knew it, I mean, I don't think it was 5 minutes. Brian was at my front door checking it out. So I was really happy to know we have a designated deputy and welcome, Ryan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Hi, Ryan. I met you Saturday, I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah, well, welcome. You know, we needed you here a long time. We've been fighting to get you here, or, you know, a position. I'm glad you got it. And integrate yourself into the town. We're all friendly. Everybody knows everybody. So welcome.
We're not going to talk how we first met, Ryan. Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No real questions. Thank you. Welcome aboard. We already had a chance to talk from the Public Safety Committee meeting, but yep, welcome. Have fun.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, welcome, Ryan. It's great to have you on board and look forward to meeting you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any warm wishes from the public?
Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak to Officer Miller? I do have a hand raised.
Thank you very much. Nancy, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to warm welcome.
And this is Nancy Carlisle. So glad that you're on board here. We appreciate the support. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else?
Yes, we do. Valerie, you are allowed to talk. Go ahead.
Hey, Valerie,
Thank
welcome.
you. Thank you very much. It's not often people say I'm allowed to talk. But so anyway, I was very hoping.
Do you want
to? We've got a deputy here in San Juan Bautista, and especially to have an occasional patrol out to the Anza Trail Gate on Old Stage Road. So if you familiarize yourself with that area and take a look at the logistics, the cameras that are out there, I believe you should be familiar with from Public Works and Sheriff Taylor. So we're thrilled to have you around. Thank you very much for volunteering, shall we say?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I see none.
Warm wishes.
I see none at this time.
Thanks. Thanks for joining us, Deputy Miller. Have a great night.
From.
Treasurer's report and monthly financial statements by City Treasurer Michelle Sabathia.
Hi, good evening.
Hey, welcome, Michelle. How are you?
Doing good, thanks. Doing good. Welcome. Welcome. Good evening. Sorry about that.
Listen to your house.
Sorry. So before I jump into the financials, I just wanted to give you guys a brief little snapshot. We are pretty much more than midway through the fiscal year. So Don might have mentioned that already, but just as an FYI, the numbers are reflective of that. So when you're looking at the numbers, just take that into consideration. So that's a good thing. And then we should be having a new budget come out soon so that you guys can review it. But let's jump into where we're at. So for the general fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of $430,000. The month over month change there was an increase of $99,000, which was a little heavier than prior months. That being that we had strong sales tax come in this month for February. So that was one of the main items to point out. On the expenditure side, some of the items to point out there that stood out were Stantec Consulting Services, which is our consulting contract, which included some prior billings from prior months. Another big one was Computershare Corporate Trust, which is paid out biannually, and it does kind of vary, but it relates to our loan repayment, and San Benito County Communications Division, which relates to our dispatch services contract. Now moving on to Water Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of $229,000. The month over month change there was an increase of $23,000. Revenues are in line with budget, running at about 60%. It also includes some seasonality, which I had mentioned previously. So you'll see that there for the next coming months. On the expenditure side, I would say that there's no big items to call out. Everything's trending in line with expectation. And for the Sewer Enterprise Fund, our year-to-date net effect balance is $236,000. The month over month change there was a decrease. Is that right? Yeah, it was a decrease of, sorry, give me 1 second. Wow, I might have missed. I have a decrease of 61,000. Oh, I see why. Revenues are in line with budget and expenditures were in line with expectation. The decrease there is just mainly related to contractual agreements being larger than revenues, which happens month over month sometimes. So that's all I have for now, unless there's specific questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation and our conversation earlier. Councilmember Edge, questions, comments, concerns?
No questions, just thank you, Michelle, as always. Great job.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No questions. Good job, Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
No questions. Great job again, Michelle. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Hang on. Do we have any public comment?
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to council on this item, the treasurer's report, please raise your hand at this time. I see none. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Michelle. Have a great night. Thanks for coming. City Manager's report. Take it away, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I have a few slides, and these slides will be made available to the public on the website. I summarized the first 5 slides as the City Manager's monthly status report. So it'll be there with our other status reports that we do on a monthly basis. And sorry, we got a little bit behind, but I think we're all caught up now in our status reports. And I would say the same thing for the minutes that were approved tonight. They'll be on the website soon. In terms of city manager's report, what's happening, some of the things that you don't notice maybe or do, in terms of recruitments, we found a wonderful local gentleman to help us with our weekend janitorial part-time work. That's very much needed as the tourism and special events heat up, and he's experienced and enthusiastic to be part of our team. We hired Erica, our part-time office tech, to help fill in with some of the deputy city clerk duties while we try and fill that vacancy. I learned yesterday after I made up this slide that she has taken she and her husband have decided to move. So we'll be re-advertising the part-time office tech position while we look for a deputy city clerk HR position. The deputy clerk position closed March 25th, and our best candidate, who was serving as a deputy city clerk in a nearby city, withdrew from the interviews. It turned out that she was earning more than her current position. So we need to do a little comp study on this position and re-advertise. We're re-advertising through, well, I'll say that in my budget report when I talk about that in a little more detail. So as you noticed, we're continuing to use the services of Regional Government Services to help clerk our meetings in the meantime. And we're also getting some part-time support from Trish, which is greatly appreciated. Ordinance revisions. We have the purchasing ordinance on this agenda, a second meeting today. Transit occupancy tax on this agenda was approved today. We are close to having an amendment to our parking code to help us with sidewalks and blocking of crosswalks and some other details that we didn't have in our code. So that's expected to come forward May 17th. Bob's working on that for us. We're also working on a nuisance property enforcement ordinance to amend the one that we have. I don't know if that'll make it by May 17th. We're giving Bob a lot to do. Councilmember Edge, Bob and I discussed a noise ordinance a week or so ago. He referenced one that he's going to pull from Marina that is a lot easier to enforce than the noise ordinance that the council considered back in 2015. 2015, 2016, the Planning Commission looked at that 3 times, and it related to decibels, and it sounded like the enforcement officer actually had to record the decibels from a residence or a party or a business that was loud. So we found an easier way to do that, and Bob's been tasked to start working on that. So those are some of our ordinance revisions that we're working on. We've been working on requests for proposals during this budget season. The private security contract has been out to bid now for a couple of weeks, and it closes April 27th. We have drafting a water and wastewater operator RFP. Those are now three years old, and it's time to rebid those, and maybe we can get the same provider for both services. We are going out for an RFP for landscape services in our CFDs in the Valley Vista Assessment District. That way we can assure the property owners that are paying into those CFDs that they're getting the best value for their money. We haven't bid those out before since I've been here. And we also have in our targets, the city engineer contract. That is also 3 years old and expiring at June 30th. So that's busy, keeping us busy on the purchasing side, ordinances and recruitments. We received a preliminary risk assessment from our general liability insurance pool that we're members of. It used to be called Parsec, and now it's called CIRA. This is something that the deputy city clerk used to manage for us. And this preliminary risk assessment identified areas of unnecessary exposure and safety concerns in our city. It looked at our physical facilities and did an assessment of all of our facilities, and also city policies, safety practices, our injury, illness, and prevention plan, and safety training and documentation. I shared it with Carl Bajarki today, our retired Public Works Director, and he's going to be working directly with our maintenance crew to address a number of items in that risk assessment. Other items can be handled by our human resources assistance that we're getting from RGS. So I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention. The status of special projects. Finally, Etheric has received the equipment they need to do their installation at our water tank. So they started pulling building permits last week. I hope to get those permits out by the end of this week. It's a very simple electrical concrete slab and small shed that they need to install up at our water tank to finally get their ISP services at our water tank. The council chambers, this equipment is being bought. We are meeting next week with our government services channel and with Paul De Silva from Hollister to make sure that all the parts that we're ordering are good. We had to do some substitutions because of availability, but the Sound Design is the name of our vendor, approved in March, February, and we hope to get that installed on May 23rd. So as far as getting back to live meetings in our council chambers, we're working as fast as we can to get the equipment to upgrade the building so that we can do those hybrid meetings that we want to do. So that is moving forward. Franklin Park is substantially done. I'm trying to get an answer from the contractor on when we can take the fence down. The plants need to be established before we can allow the public into the park. But we are ordering 3 benches for the park, and those do take 8 weeks. One of those benches, as in the consent item, we had a dedication bench. So there'll be 1 special bench for Glennie Farney in front of the succulent garden, and then 2 less expensive benches in the other part of the park. So we can open the park while we wait for that equipment to arrive. The roundabout is all but done. I hope that they're striping Thursday or Friday. The asphalt was poured last week and it needs a week to 10 days to cure. So I'm contemplating a ribbon cutting, and I don't know if the council's up for this, for a week from this Friday, which would be the 29th. And we can get out and not get run over, but celebrate the roundabout finally come to fruition out on First and San Juan Highway and Lava Nino. And thank you for Facebook for pointing out the Lava Nino signs. Those came down quickly Monday morning. So we'll get the name spelled right before the ribbon cutting. Rudy Park, pardon me? So
that ribbon cutting is during the rib cook-off, so we got to watch out for traffic.
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe we should do it at lunch. We should try and do it early in the day.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm more than happy to do that at lunch or something like that. And then we can go eat ribs for lunch. I'm hungry. I don't know about you guys. I don't know why. Rudy Park, there was all that Mecco conversation, all those slides with food on. Rudy Park is moving slowly, and so I encourage the city engineer to get on with the contractor to make sure that that bathroom is spec'd out and built as soon as possible. We hope that work will begin in May. We were just going over the spec sheets for all the fixtures and faucets for the bathroom. The gas station right-hand turn lane is moving forward. We have, I hope, a final draft of a reimbursement agreement that Bob and I are to look at. Caltrans has reviewed 75% of the plans, so we hope that they're done within 4 to 6 weeks. Now that we have this draft agreement with the developer, we can launch on the right-of-way acquisition. We already have a proposal and an agreement in place to start a right-of-way acquisition of a very small piece of property, like 400 square feet. But that's a critical thing that can mess us up because it's a Caltrans right-of-way. So there's a bunch of special procedures that we need to follow to get that done. And I've already talked about the reimbursement agreement. So that's the special projects on that one. That's our roundabout just this morning. That's a small truck going around the roundabout. So I hope you've had a chance to cruise through there and check it out. You can see how it's all lined to be striped this week, I hope. All right. Some quick status on developments. As we know, the Casa Rosa was red tagged. They weren't following their own building plans, including the historic preservation. So there's an inspection scheduled there this week. The building officials staying on top of this, as well as Brian, our assistant city manager. So after this inspection, we hope to get Casa Rosa and their contractor back in line. We've had some severe issues again with Midnight Express moving dirt around in the floodplain. So we've tasked CSG, our city engineer, to contract with a floodplain management engineering firm so that we can, they've stopped work. They're not allowed to do any work out there. If anyone sees them working on weekends, which is what they were doing, please let us know so we can get code enforcement out there. There's a stop work order for Midnight Express. They should not be moving dirt around their property right now. The Orchards development off of Lang Street, we had a meeting just last week. They're still submitting some of their studies, biological study in particular, and then their application will be complete. So we look forward to sharing that development with the Planning Commission soon. It's been introduced once, I believe. And then the Loaiza subdivision, we are still negotiating a subdivision agreement with the Loaizas, but according to the engineering teams that are working on that, we're very close to having a parcel map for the Loaizas. So that would be a big accomplishment. City long-term planning efforts, the general plan update, urban growth boundary. We have an intensive community engagement process starting May 3rd, May 4th, and May 5th. Continuing, well, not, yeah, May 5th, I'm sorry, not May 6th. So May 5th is a special city council meeting where we'll talk just about the culmination of the planning commission review and a special charrette that we're going to do at the gym, at the school gym. So working with the district, they were at first a little bit nervous about opening up the gym to a big community meeting, but we were successful in convincing them, and Nick and I will be there to make sure that the building's well taken care of. So that's the night of May 4th. So this is a big conversation about our urban growth boundary. We're going to talk about our sphere of influence and what some of the future hopes and dreams are of the community about the city, and maintaining what we have and through the future with this good general plan update. And then along with that, we have the active transportation plan, the city's trail system, and that community engagement is scheduled for later in June, June 6th through 10th. So we'll update you on that about bike and trail plan through our city and how we improve bike and trail active transportation in our town. You've already heard from Integrated Waste Management about Earth Day, April 23rd. We're very excited to host that. That came together after a meeting with the mayor and Councilmember Freeman. So that was exciting to see that go from Vertigo to the Carl Luck Park, April 23rd. And then we have the rib cook-off coming after that, the very next weekend. And just for the council's information, working with the fire department, we've decided to close Franklin to vehicle traffic because there's just too many people at that 3rd Street and Franklin intersection. If necessary, it could be open for emergency access, but when we came to the council for street closures, Franklin Street was not included. So I just wanted to alert the council to that minor change to that application. But we've got all the teams on base, on board early, and talking to each other and communicating well. So I look forward to a successful rib cook-off in a couple weeks. So we're going to be busy. That's great. Miscellaneous items I just threw up here for feedback to the council. We had questions about truck traffic. So we are meeting with Steve Loop, the Public Works Director with the County Resource Management Agency, and give him a heads up that we're looking for better signage out at Prescott and San Juan Highway regarding truck traffic. And Jill Liao from Caltrans, who's our representative on COG, she's also helping us look into better signage on state highways for the Monterey Street and Alameda entrance into our city. So controlling truck traffic entrance into our town requires interagency help from the county and state, and we're working on that. Part of our active transportation plan includes an expert on sidewalks, and if you've toured the city with Mr. Hull and the mayor and I did for an hour one afternoon, you know that he's just fanatic about sidewalks. So he'll be in town that first week of May when we start our community engagement process, and he's going to give us an assessment of the ADA parking downtown and how the sidewalks and the ADA parking spots work together, and whether or not they do work together. We'll get an idea of what things we need to do to improve our ADA parking downtown. And stop signs, you know, in the past, I'm not sure the city has engaged a traffic engineer before it installed stop signs. And I don't want to go installing stop signs without the traffic engineer's support. Because if someone gets hurt at a stop sign, it's good to have the traffic engineer and the traffic counts and the data that justifies the stop sign. So we are looking at that. We may consider a budget item just to focus on traffic safety. That might be a good thing to consider as we bring the budget forward. Then, of course, we've talked to the sheriff and our new Deputy Miller about enforcement of these matters, because no matter what policies we have or how many stop signs we have, if we don't enforce them, they don't do the job we're trying to get done. So that's my city manager's report. Thank you for your patience going through all those slides, and I'll make them available on the website after the meeting tonight. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge. Questions, comments, concerns, please unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, okay. Dawn, thank you so much for following up with all those items that I had mentioned, the stop signs, the ADA parking, the traffic, the truck traffic that we get in our city all the time. And the roundabout looks great. It's so nice to drive around there. I did make a notation. It rained the other day, and before the rain, the sprinklers came on and there was water all over, dripping. It was running off. So I think maybe, and I don't know if it's going to cost too much, but I think they should be on a drip system rather than a sprinkler system, because the water was just going all over, and it's, we're in a drought. So it doesn't make sense to have water, draining down the street, which we're not supposed to do. And let's see, I got to go. Oh, private security. Does that mean that you're going to be soliciting bids from other security companies? You're not considering on just renewing level 1?
Oh, well, they're more than welcome to bid and return as our provider. In fact, we're looking at a 5-year contract, so it would be a better contract. The reason I decided to put it out to bid is because we're doing a lot of work, and I'll discuss during the budget, to improve enforcement in general. And we want to be able to extend enforcement to the private security company to help us with parking and with administrative citations. And it's not just writing those citations, but if they are protested or challenged, there's a whole administrative hearing process that needs to be followed up and to go through. So, and the officer should have some special training in how to write a citation and verify with photos and other things that the violation has occurred. So this is an addition to the scope of work of the current contract, which is set to expire June 30th. In fact, we did already receive a response from level 1. They had some questions, and the city attorney and I are prepared to respond to those questions by tomorrow's deadline. The deadline for submitting questions is tomorrow. So it did go out to about 15 different private security companies in their area, and we'll work with the sheriff and screen those proposals when they come in, and bring to council a recommendation for award. So level 1 is not being excluded, that's for sure.
Okay, all right, good. I was just wondering, I was curious. And then do security companies usually write citations?
Yes, it depends. In Salinas, we hired a company just to do parking citations. They didn't do private security. So there's variation,
Okay.
but it's not unusual
All right.
to bring in a private firm to help you with parking.
Okay, I was just curious. And then I was writing, this time I was writing all my notes so I could ask you. Oh, Franklin Park, is it going to be on a drip system?
That's a good question. I'm not positive. I believe when the plans were approved, we have a water conservation law already in place, and it should have required drip, but I'm not
Yeah.
positive about that.
Okay, all right.
But I can check on that for you.
And that's, La Casa Rosa. I know that we had, they had been red tagged and they had stopped construction, but there were these little beautiful slats on the balcony. That's when they had been asked to stop. Are we going to be able to recover those ornate little pieces that were taken away or taken off?
Yes, and that was the whole point. The historic preservation team that they stated was on their team was out of the loop on what they were taking down or painting or doing and not doing. And so Brian's worked really hard to get Carvaglia here in town to meet with them directly. And so that's the reason, that's one of the reasons the red tag occurred, because we wanted to make sure before anything was compromised that we stopped work and got things back in order. So so if they have been removed, they need to be replaced, whether they have to be manufactured like you would for some of these old Victorian homes, you have to get things specially manufactured, then that's what they'll have to do.
Good, good. And then just one last thing, when we do the urban growth boundary, that's going to be May 3rd through the 6th. Are the ad hoc committee members going to be having a meeting prior to?
No, we're building on the shoulders. We're using the map that was approved by them, and we're building on the shoulders, and all of the ad hoc committee members have been invited to participate.
Okay.
So as a group, more than as a subcommittee.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Part of the larger group.
Thank you, Dawn.
Okay.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No questions, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
I have no questions. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Here. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Don, for the great report. No questions right now.
I have a couple of questions. I don't know where to start. A comment, irrigation systems. There are units, and we can talk to Sean Novak about it, that turn on and off with weather.
Right, right.
And see if he can help out with that. Midnight Express, at what point do we say that they're not a good neighbor and take away their business license from the city and tell them to have a nice day?
You know, we were confronted with that during COVID, and I don't know if you recall, but we had a bar in town that wouldn't cooperate with our COVID health laws and how they have certain rights to be in business. And so I'm not sure what rights we have, and maybe Bob can speak to it. The business license isn't a license to do business. It's required to have one before you open a business, but it's not like a regulatory permit. It doesn't have the teeth or fines or penalties. It doesn't give us the ability to close the business down. But Brian is addressing land use issues, which are granted temporarily 6-month increments as a temporary use of land back. And then during COVID, we allowed it to extend. So we might have some land use provisions we could exercise to cease their current operations.
And do we not have any teeth with U.S. Fish and Wildlife or Fish and Game, or even the county for moving dirt?
Right, so the Army Corps of Engineers will establish whether or not it's a wetlands. It's certainly in the Class A floodplain, the 100-year floodplain. Much of the property, maybe 80% of the property. Their original development, which is now expired, had clearly indicated that 2/3 of that property was not to be constructed on, and they've moved dirt clearly in that area. So that's where we need to restore the floodplain and cease work and business out there until such a time that it can be restored. But what we learned is that we need a special floodplain engineer. There's an engineering firm, engineering skill that's related to floodplain management. So I don't know if Brian or Bob want to speak to that, but yeah, I agree. This is getting old. This is the second time that they've moved dirt on the floodplain and have to repair it. Brian, do you know more detail on this project?
Yeah, at the same time that we established the stop work, we met with the owner on the property along with the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. And they are waiting for us to conclude our analysis. We'll provide that to Fish and Wildlife. And based on our assessment, they will then determine whether a violation has occurred and whether a stream alteration permit is necessary to restore that drainage the way it was before. So it's not just the floodplain, it's the drainage that's associated with it, because there's a significant amount of spoils and the vegetation that was dropped into the stream stream watercourse. So, we need an assessment, and based on that assessment, there will be a remediation, and that will then be, Fish and Wildlife will be a party to that remediation. So it's a complex process, but we are taking steps.
Do we have a date for our assessment to be completed?
Well, we have building official has already inspected, done an inspection and identified electrical permits that are necessary for some of the facilities that were connected. And then we're waiting for CSG, our city engineer, to put that proposal together for us, as Don indicated, for floodplain management engineering assistance. City manager is the floodplain administrator, and his work depends on the analysis of our city engineer. So that's something that's going to be happening within the next couple of weeks.
Have we directed them yet?
Well, we have directed city engineer to put together a proposal that would enable us to perform that assessment and then identify what remediation is necessary within the floodplain, and then also to advise Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then they will have their own enforcement
right.
That they will put in motion. They're waiting for us to do our assessment, floodplain assessment. So
Okay.
that is happening.
So we should have that in a couple of weeks.
I think we should have the proposal within a couple of weeks. And then we'll have an outline regarding what's necessary with respect to an assessment. And then following that, the applicant will be ordered to prepare a remediation plan, and that will then have to be carried out. So, the time is uncertain, but there are certain steps that we're taking. So.
Okay, thank you. On one of the last slides, Don, you had dates for what?
We haven't
Okay,
come to the public ones.
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish me first, though. That's okay. Don, you had a couple of dates in May and June for UGB and active transportation. I thought we had some community meetings in the beginning of May, the first couple of days of May, for the active transportation.
There are some meetings related to that, but it's mostly focusing on the urban growth boundary. So we are trying to make this efficient. So we're not asking the community to too many engagements at the same time. So,
Got it.
So that's May 3rd through 5th, right?
Okay, and that's all inclusive
Right. And
of active. Okay. Thank you for that. And you said hopefully we can get both entities to rebid. When you talked in the beginning about contracts and RFPs, was that water and wastewater, or was that water, wastewater, bullet point, and private security bullet point?
oh, that's both.
I'm hoping-
We're not out to
Okay.
replace contractors. We're just out to make sure we have the best value. It should happen every 3 years with our big contracts.
Okay. Awesome, thank you. And one other question that wasn't on your slides, Plaza Market, what's going on over there?
They're painting?
Okay, they had a, what?
They're painting. They have an encroachment permit and we've approved the painting of the building.
They're using the same white?
The 50-year-old version, yeah.
Yeah,
What's left
yeah.
of it, yeah.
Thank you very much. Scott?
Sorry, I had to move my device because I had to go from one location to another because I was losing my internet. I'm glad you brought the subject up about Midnight Express. I'm worried about the flooding, but what about, is this going to affect our aquifer? I mean, they've rerouted our creek. Should we bring a hydrologist in too, maybe? And I mean, if this is a case, and we're talking about a big lawsuit against these folks, and they're just lawless. I don't get this. The first application from these folks was a produce transfer station, and now they've got a junk pile out there. And how many of those big rigs that they've got parked out there? How many of those are leaking into the soil? This has become a big subject, and it's starting to make me a little nervous about our aquifer. But thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. I was walking upstairs and trying to pick up some of the. Thanks.
Yeah, bad neighbors. Thank you for that, Scott. Do we have any questions, comments, and concerns from the public?
Yes, we do. Jacqueline Morris Lopez.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Jackie. You have 3 minutes. Nice car. Hey, Jackie, go. Jackie, can you hear me? Go ahead. You're up.
Maybe we should go to 0512 and come back to her and see if she can.
Okay, Jackie, we'll come back to you. Somebody with
About
us.
now. Can you hear
Yep,
me?
we have you. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. It was just an audio issue. Okay. How about now?
Yep, you're good.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. And I do have a couple of comments on City Manager Dawn's report. I guess the comment I wanted to make, the first comment, and kind of a question, is about the upcoming outreach to the community on May 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I believe. I did see the agenda. I can't recall where I saw it. And I believe it's in regards to our general plan in terms of our urban growth boundary and our sphere of influence. But I do know that there was some discussion with Assistant City Manager, and I'm speaking as a public member right now, in regards to eliminating urban growth boundary and just addressing the sphere of influence. So that concerns me. Because we did want an urban growth boundary included. I believe the public had stated so. The concern I have is that the meetings are taking place during daytime hours. There is one community, I think, evening meeting that I did notice. I fortunately have Tuesdays off, so I will be able to attend that, but I'm going to attend the other daytime meeting by requesting time off, so it's on my own dime. And by having these meetings structured this way, I feel like you're really eliminating participation. And if you are going to do so in that manner, will you accommodate and have future meetings in the evening or a weekend, a Saturday, so that other working residents can attend? I think it's really critical. That's my question altogether. And then as far as the Midnight Express, I have family member that have property adjacent to them. And, you know, in retrospect, I guess, hindsight 2020, it's like, maybe you need to review these applications a lot more thoroughly before you give everyone a business license. We've had a couple of bad actors in town, and we have future businesses that want to come. And I just think, you know, you really just need to kind of look at what the intent is. And once you do give them the license, I think my comment, and this has to do with mixed use businesses that are cropping up everywhere in our community, you need to have some oversight. You know, if you're going to give people businesses to be out where there is sensitive land like this project, or in a mixed use residential / business area, you really need to look at what their business plan is. And then you need to go back and you need to have oversight. There's a few sites here in town where I think there hasn't been any oversight, and it's pretty much whatever goes, goes, whatever the business people want. It's really unfortunate for those of us that have to live next to these operations. And that's my comment and that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 650-283-0512, you have 3 minutes. Welcome, please state your name. Jackie, can you please mute yourself?
Gladly, thank you.
Thanks. Area code 650, please unmute yourself.
I've asked them to mute.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Hi, please state your name. 650, you are live.
Maybe we should go to another.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
How about Valerie?
Valerie, hi, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, yes, thank you. This is an extremely important little area. This is a creek that has been there forever. We have damaged so many of our little tributaries into the San Benito and to the Pajaro. As far as our whole entire area and county, these are all of these waters drain into the Monterey Bay. And here we've got these precious little spaces that are left over. Everything else has been plowed under, not to be seen again unless it's aerial view. You can see where little rivulets have been, where streams have been, and it's all gone. We have to maintain a close eye on any of these little areas that are, they call it just a drain ditch, because they have absolutely no sensitivity about nature at all. Anybody living in San Juan Bautista and out in that area knew immediately when they saw things happening that this was disastrous. So oversight is so important to do at this point if it hasn't been done already. And yeah, it was tragic to see that go under and to see this, the movement of dirt and whatever they're planning to do there. I don't know. I'm just kind of beside myself on that project. It's very sad, very sad. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Heidi, are you there?
Heidi, hi, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Did we pull her over?
Yeah, there she
There we
is.
go. Heidi. Cesar, can you please mute yourself? Getting a lot of paper rustling going on back there. Heidi, go ahead. Please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, I was just trying to get Cesar or somebody that keeps using papers because it's really hard to hear people.
Got it. Thank you very much for that. Do you have any other comment on this? Nope. Okay. Do we have any other public comment, Lori?
Yeah, the phone number 0512 ending in 0512 is still, I'm gonna
trying to get in
and see if there she is. Would you like to speak? Phone number 0512? I guess not. So let's see.
They keep unmuting and muting.
Yeah, I think it's *6.
Area code 650. Press *6 if you would like to speak.
Yeah, she's evidently her phone's not working correctly. And that's all I have is 0512. Everybody else has spoken.
Okay, thank you very much. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Council Member Edge.
Yes, I was going to give you an update on the right lane right there at the Alameda for the gas station, but it's outdated, and Dawn gave us a more accurate update. And then just to let everyone know, with my COG, I went to COG, this was a month ago, and found out that our improvement project for 156 was at 17 million, and now it's up to 60 million. And there's been a delay, and we were looking at completing it by the end of 2022, but it's gone into completion into the summer of 2023. And that's all I have to report on.
The community center, Mary?
You mean yes, sorry about that. I can't believe I forgot that. We recently had a senior citizen forum at the San Juan Bautista Community Center, and there were probably over 30 people, over 30 seniors who are very in support of us having our own senior center here in San Juan Bautista. And so we did a lot of brainstorming. The people that were there commented on different services that they would like to see, such as tax service and fun things like bingo, Tai Chi, cooking classes, a lot of different things, health services. And so we're planning on having another get together, and this time it's going to be a potluck, and it's going to be at the Mission San Juan Bautista Olive Grove, and that'll be June 4th at 1:00, and it'll be coming out in the Mission Village Voice, and then people are going to start getting emails to let them know what's going on. So yes, thank you, Leslie.
Thank you for that. Vice Mayor Flores?
Yes, I only attended a couple of meetings. I attended a CMAP meeting, and CMAP is getting reorganized and getting some partnerships going and getting some good programs going. The others, I attended a retreat for homeless providers. Got all up to date on what's happening. It was a full day. That was last, the 8th. And it was really interesting. You're finding a lot of information on how we can help out. Also had a meeting with Rob Rivas, and we toured the site for the mural project over the overpass on Washington Street. And that's about it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
Just the Public Safety Committee, we met the new deputy. I had a chance to talk to him a little bit and got his insight and gave him a few tips, where to go and some of the things to see. And that's pretty much it for that. There was a few other discussions about the Arts and Crafts Festival and a couple things. Not too much though, but thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you. Attended 3 meetings over the last month, or actually 2 meetings. Intergovernmental, we went over issues on vaping and tobacco sales to minors. Fire Committee District Representation, the Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations, which we heard a lot about tonight, and homelessness. Then the AMBAG meeting, we approved we had the final reading on the RENA methodology, and it passed. Okay, and we received information on future planning grants that AMBAG is working on. And then just repeating what other people already talked about, the Integrated Waste Management Commission is putting on the Earth Day celebration at Luck Park from 1 to 4, having compost seminars, free bike checks by Off the Chain Bikes, and a lot of other really fun activities. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The only other meeting that I participated in was San Benito County Water Association, and we talked about water conservation, which we will talk about in item 6B. Thank you very much. Anything else? Okay. Public hearings. Consider an appeal by Jesus Zavala of the Planning Commission's action denying a conditional use permit for an alcoholic beverage control license type 47 license on sale general eating place. The appeal will be heard by the City Council regarding 1, a conditional use permit to allow the establishment of a bar on the main floor, and 2, a conditional use permit to allow on-site alcohol sales and consumption. The project has been determined to be exempt from CEQA per guideline section 15303 and 15305.
Mayor, I can speak to this, just a little bit of introduction.
Thank you.
This appeal before you this evening is in the nature of a quasi judicial matter. The appellant is entitled here to due process in this hearing, and it would be appropriate at this time if council were to disclose any ex parte communications any of you might have had regarding the matter. As a quasi judicial matter, that's generally expected at the commencement. Anybody have any contact outside of the city council meeting with the appellant? Okay, hearing none, I would assume that there was no ex parte contact regarding this matter. The record in the matter before you this evening is going to consist of the staff report, which is in the agenda packet, and also the oral testimony and any evidence offered during the hearing. That will become the record of the appeal. And this hearing comes onto the agenda, as the mayor mentioned, via an appeal of the Planning Commission action to limit the restaurant with bar at 205 the Alameda to a type 41 license from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission, which is a license that allows the serving of beer and wine only, no distilled spirits. And I should mention, and then I'll leave the stage here during this hearing, that the hearing is conducted by the council as a de novo hearing. That is, it is conducted on the merits and the record before the council this evening, not on the record that was before the Planning Commission on, I believe, March 1st. So this is a de novo hearing on the appeal. And I believe that's all I've got to say. The assistant city manager may want to provide some information at this time. So I'll look to Brian.
I do.
Thank you very much. Brian, take it away.
So, Mayor, members of the council, as our attorney indicated, this is a de novo public hearing on the use permits. Planning Commission has already approved the site development, site and design review permits, and we have a CEQA exemption based on that review. That includes the anticipated use of the building floor plan reviewed by the Planning Commission and all the exterior improvements. So that was an extensive process. Here we are this evening. We are just simply looking at a use permit for on-site alcohol sales. And out of an abundance of caution, we are including reference to the bar in this use permit application because a bar is a conditional use. And what I'd like to do now is I'd like to just put up a very brief slideshow for the City Council. I'm going to share my screen to give you an idea of the context for the use permit that we are talking about this evening. And let's see. So now my screen is frozen. Yeah, now my screen is frozen. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened there. Let me try that again. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay, don't know what that was all about. All right, so as I said, this is a use permit, a restaurant with bar and on-site sale of alcohol. This is a use permit proposal, and an alcohol beverage control license is required for the use that's involved here, whether it's a type 41 permit, premise to premise transfer, which is what will happen with the applicant's current ABC license. It will be transferred. They'll have to apply to have this transfer occur. And then a new type 47 license when available. They're not always available, and may take some time before the applicant can actually obtain a type 47 license. And in the meantime, there is a review process, and I'd like to just show here the fully integrated bar area with restaurant so that you can see that this is not simply a bar. When you're looking at the use permit, you need to look at, we always look at the entire record before the City Council, and part of that record involves how the building is intended to be used, and this floor plan demonstrates that this is a bona fide eating establishment with a bar, just like we see in many businesses, Doña Esther or Hardiness restaurant here in town and some others. This is a restaurant with a bar area where alcohol can be served and consumed as part of the restaurant dining experience. Again, this is a mixed use building with residences above. We have certain restrictions that will apply to this particular land use with respect to noise in particular, because this is a mixed use. We want to make sure that these residents are accommodated in the operation of the use in general. So I wanted to just compare the two types of ABC licenses that we're talking about. An existing type 41 is an on sale general eating place restaurant ABC license. The only difference between what the applicant currently has and what they're proposing is a type 47 on sale general eating place restaurant. The only difference is distilled spirits would be allowed on the premises. And in particular here, you'll notice that both of these categories allow minors to be on the premises. That's because it's a restaurant operation, not a bar. And it's distinguished from a type 48 permit, which is not proposed here as a bar and nightclub. And my feeling is that the zoning ordinance refers to a bar and nightclub as requiring a conditional use permit. We included the bar out of an abundance of caution because the zoning ordinance does refer to a bar. So a type 48 permit authorizes the sale of beer, wine, distilled spirits. authorizes the sale of beer and wine for consumption off premises where sold, and minors are not allowed to enter and remain. And food service, importantly here, is not required. So the ABC license process is pretty extensive. And as indicated in the staff report, the first step is for the applicant to obtain local agency zoning approval. They need to apply for a premise-to-premise transfer of the Type 41 permit and a new Type 47 license when it becomes available. They are required to distribute, post, and publish notices as required by the ABC. The ABC will consider and investigate the validity of any protests, and they may approve or deny the transfer, premise-to-premise transfer, and also the license based on their evaluation. ABC carries out a business inspection program through its Informed Merchants Preventing Alcohol-Related Crime Tendencies Impact Program. And that's a community-oriented policing approach to deterring crime associated with bars and so forth. So what we're requiring here with respect to conditions of approval based on the mixed use and the adjacent uses is that the hours of restaurant bar operation will coincide with restaurant hours and quit at 9:30 in the evening and at night. Outdoor activities on the site are prohibited except in the courtyard area. And then live music after 9 p.m. is prohibited, and amplified music is prohibited in general period. So we did take a look at the site improvements with respect to these particular uses, and appropriately, as part of the use permit, required some extra noise attenuating fence or wall along the west and south property boundary. And then we also want to make sure that we are looking at some quantitative standards. Pre and post project noise monitoring is required for a certain period of time. And then we want to make sure that this business, the structure itself, presents a non-glare windows facing residential uses. And I'd like to note here that the restaurant is a permitted use and not subject to limitation on hours of operation or other conditions. And so what you see here with respect to limitations applies to the bar portion of the restaurant. And I think the applicant will be able to explain their program for operation of the restaurant in that regard. So the other thing that I'd like to emphasize, and I'm going to take a little bit of time here because it's important, I think, to understand the extent to which the Alcohol Beverage Control Agency will review this application. And I'm going to share the staff report just for a minute because I think it's worth it to look at a few things. First, with respect to the conditional use permits, there's a lot of opinion about what the ABC will do or what they won't do with respect to this, with respect to these licenses. And it's not always the case that simply an objection or a land use adjacency or the proximity of a church or a school or a playground is an automatic disqualification. That is not the case. What will happen here, as I said before, is there will be a public notice. A notice will be sent out by mail, and there will also be some newspaper publications required. And any person can protest an ABC license application within 30 days after the notice goes out. So that's a pretty extensive time period. And that mailed notices are sent out to everyone within 500 feet. And then the ABC is very clear on their website and in interviews that I've conducted with ABC staff that the ABC denial of a license, it can't be solely due to personal beliefs. There have to be grounds for protests, and the protests must be specific as to how the sale of alcoholic beverages will adversely affect let's say, for example, if you wanted to look at the soccer fields, will it adversely affect soccer play? Or will it adversely affect operation of the school? Mere proximity is not sufficient to deny the license. The same thing is true for residential land uses that are adjacent. The ABC will evaluate conditions and in particular, whether conditions that the applicant has agreed to and for imposition on the license resolve those concerns. And so there are A through G factors that the ABC will take a look at when they're conducting an investigation. And in some cases, the ABC has stated that the usual concerns are those involving, where these uses are too close to a school, it's in a high crime area, doesn't have legal authority, creates a public nuisance, or the zoning is improper for alcohol sales. And our recommendation is that none of these things are true. This is simply a restaurant with an interior bar, much the same as almost every restaurant here in San Juan Bautista with a similar floor plan. So use permit considerations, very close to what the ABC will look at. We're looking at, whether, the public health, safety, and general welfare will be affected by this particular land use. We don't think so. Our recommendation follows on that assessment, and accordingly, based on the need to for the see, I want to share the conditions of approval here. So let's see. Here we are. So the conditions of approval are intended to address this particular land use. Proposed bar only open up until 9:30 p.m. All activities conducted indoors. There will be noise monitoring required before and after installation, sound attenuating fence, prohibitions on live music after 9, and prohibition on amplified music altogether. And then we would like the applicant to create a complaint resolution program for approval by city staff. And in particular, I think that, if there are problems, the applicant should know about them. If they continue, that's a use permit matter, and the city council has the authority to revoke the use permit as the final hearing body. It won't go back before the planning commission. It'll go to the city council directly with any problems related to the use permit now that it's being considered by the city council on appeal de novo in this way. So that concludes the staff report. I know the applicant is here and is available to make a presentation as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does the council want to go questions first or go to the applicant? Okay, let's go to the applicant and we'll get all of our questions in at the very end. Thank you very much for that, Brian. Luis Vargas, you're representing the Zavalas.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. You want to go ahead and give us a little history or future
Yes.
or whatever? Both?
Both, hopefully. Thank you for having us here present, Mayor and City Council. My name is Luis Vargas with In-Studio Architecture. Our office is in Salinas. We are representing the Zavalas in their project. They have contracted with us to develop their design for the site on Pierce and the Alameda. And if I could, I'd like to share the screen. I will need the ability to. just wanted to kind of show some of the design a little bit further, just so you understand what was approved so far. There you go. Perfect. There you go. So should be able to view that.
Yeah, it's good.
There you go. You could see that hopefully. So just go through the, I'll go through the slide here in describing what the project's about. And if there's any questions afterwards, we can try to answer those as well. So the building itself will be a mixed-use building, as Brian mentioned. It'll sit on the corner of the Alameda and Pierce Street. The reason for the development and the building is for JJ Homemade Burgers. And currently they're in a facility where they're leasing. So they're a tenant. And the property that is vacant, or part of it is vacant, will be acquired and developed for a mixed-use building. The first floor will become the JJ Burgers, the restaurant. This is a overview site plan view of the property. So the Alameda is in this direction, Pierce Street is in this direction. Currently, this corner is vacant. There's an old barn here, an old residence in this direction here, and then a garage. So north is roughly up the page on this image here. Next image here is a close-up view of that same corner. So the Pierce Street is up here on the top, the Alameda is here. And so the development would flank the corner of the property here, providing a zero lot line, trying to emphasize the building towards the street and for public access, providing a rear parking area with the accessible parking, and then 2 stalls, also a trash enclosure. We talked about the rotation of this a little bit, but it would be a one-way driveway. You would exit onto the Alameda, and there will be a garage on the first floor for the tenants that will be up on the second floor. There's a location for an outdoor patio, main entrance into the restaurant, and then there'll be access from the parking lot and also from the patio into the dining areas as well. And I will flip to the next slide over. This is a close-up, and you saw this in Brian's slide as well, but I'll go to it in a little further detail. So the restaurant entrance is now we've rotated this plan. So you can see north is facing the other direction now, but the entrance is off the Alameda, and there's also an entrance into the courtyard and also into the restaurant and dining area in here. The kitchen area is in the green, so there'll be a service entrance from the back, and then a rear entrance from the parking lot or the accessible stall back here. 2 restrooms, 2 single occupancy restrooms, and then the garage, as I mentioned, for 2 cars. The stairs will be adjacent to the garage that will serve the upstairs 2 units, and there is a small office as well. The bar area is designated as in the blue, but it's fully incorporated into the dining area, although somewhat separated, and it will operate as part of the restaurant, as Brian said. No difference in other facilities that you're familiar with there in town or other areas within the vicinity here. Upstairs, you can see that once you get up the stairs here, there is an open arcade walkway balcony. And the first unit here is a 1-bedroom unit, fairly large 1-bedroom unit with an open concept for the living area, kitchen, a large pantry with its own washer and dryer, and a full bathroom. Going down the walkway here, there is a small office that would be operated by the building owners or the restaurant. And the second unit is a 2-bedroom unit, similar restroom facility, kitchen and open area, and a large pantry with also washer and dryer facilities within. This is an exterior elevation view of just some of the finishes. We did go back and forth and redesign a bit after the first review with Brian, and needed to adjust a few things, but we wanted to make sure that it fit within the San Juan Bautista style, which is in the architectural terms referred to a Monterey architectural style, with the colonnades that are made out of a wood post with wood beams going across it, and iron railing. And usually down on the first floor, you would see some arcades type with a tile roof, dark windows with some sort of divided glass, and then a wainscoting down below with a light colored overall field wall color, and then a little bit darker wainscoting with a darker trim above it. This is a rendering. We did model the building just to make sure that it was understood, and you could see what would be sitting in the corner. Pierce Street is this direction, the Alameda would be here. So the driveway in is back here, driveway out would be on this side. We will have two areas here where we're anticipating whether it's a mural or some sort of green wall, because the kitchen sits back in here. There's no opportunity for windows, but there will be plenty of windows and dividing up the walls so that we don't have a large blank wall. This image is looking from the Alameda, going north, roughly north. On the Alameda, you can see where the garage will sit. The stairway will go up to the second floor. The patio courtyard area in here, the main entrance into the restaurant. And then the units upstairs would be up in here with the office in this location. And so that concludes the presentation of the project. And if you do have any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Thank you very much. I also noticed that the Zavalas were here. Do they want to say anything?
They are, and they're out of town. They had a previous trip planned, and they're in a location where they have very bad cell reception. So they are able to chime in, but not sure if they're going to be able to speak. They weren't able to get the video working earlier. That we kept texting, trying to make sure that they were on, but they are listening. They're able to hear. And they did mention to me, and I did speak with Brian, that yeah, the conditions of approval are acceptable. Exactly what Brian has mentioned earlier. So I'm not sure if Catherine or Jesus would try to say anything, but they had mentioned it was going to be very difficult for them to do so.
Yeah, welcome to San Juan. I just got kicked off. Okay, questions, comments, concerns. Councilmember Edge.
Luis, can Catherine or Jesus text you with some sort of a message that they want to send to us or anything? Have they? Or
they have, yeah, sorry, I muted myself. They have, and they've been, very patient through the process. So I know that Brian's been very helpful in guiding us and guiding myself from our office and the architectural and the engineering side. And we're pleased to be doing something in San Juan Bautista. Catherine is a long life, her family's been residents there in San Juan Bautista, so they're wanting to give something back as they have continued their business. Jesus is operating the JJ Burgers and wants to continue that into the legacy for bringing something better into San Juan, as you have this gateway in the Alameda to present that building in honor of San Juan.
Yes, I'd like to just mention that Mr. Vargas is fully authorized to represent the applicants.
okay.
It's just nice to hear from the applicant themselves
Yeah,
sometimes.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Councilmember Edge. Do you have anything?
I do.
More questions?
I have questions for you, Brian. These limitations that you're imposing on the Zavalas, Are all of the other restaurants that we have in the city of San Juan Bautista adhering to these limitations also?
I can't speak to that because those land uses are in existence or have been in existence for quite some time. I think it's a little bit unusual here in that we have residential land uses close by. We have residential land uses above, and I think that you know, these conditions of approval with respect to hours of operation, for example, were suggested by the applicants. We just need to verify with respect to noise upstairs and downstairs that those residences are fully protected and adhere to building code standards. So it's something that Mr. Vargas is well acquainted with respect to building code requirements, but we needed to state that for conditions of approval just to be sure that we had that. And then with respect to the fence surrounding this land use, I think that's an accommodation to the surrounding residential land uses. And I think it's a reasonable approach. And again, the applicants have agreed that that is an appropriate way to handle the adjacent uses.
Yeah, so I mean, we do have several buildings in the city that have living quarters upstairs and then restaurants down below. So it, you know, it does apply to all of our restaurants that are in business already. So we probably need to do some adjustments here so that, you know, everybody conforms to what we're going to be doing in the future for other restaurants and businesses. So I have, excuse me. And then I have another question. So is the license that they are, the Zavalas are applying for is it's the same thing that they have right now in their current business, and they're going to transfer it from there to the other. And I understand that they have to close down or shut it down or not use it and then transfer that license to the 205 Alameda. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. And they have a certain period of time within which they will need to transfer.
Right.
I think they have a window of 100 days, I think, or something like that. I can't remember.
Right.
Exactly.
And then are they applying for a 47 for in the future? Is that what they're doing also?
Well, I think what will happen here is they're going to take it in sort of iteratively. You know, they're going to first do the premise-to-premise transfer, and Luis can correct me if I'm wrong, but first do the premise-to-premise transfer and then seek to obtain a Type 47 license because they're not readily available.
Right.
That is correct, Brian.
They have to wait. I know, I understand.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We
And
just
so-
want to make sure, we wanted to make sure, pardon me, we wanted to make sure in this particular use permit that we're not limiting that opportunity.
Okay. So, and then, so Luis, I'd like to ask you, how does Jesus and Catherine feel about the limitations that are being imposed on them? Are they?
Yeah, the way the conditions have been written, they were in agreement with them. Their goal currently would be to operate very similar to what they're doing now, where they have a beer and wine license and food, right? It's a restaurant. Here in the future, they wanted the ability to one day apply for the 47 license. And so that's what Brian was explaining, that in the future, they may want to seek that, and they didn't want to have to go through a new conditional use permit, or that's why the application was sought after, and in agreement with Brian's request was to go through a conditional use permit for the restaurant, although not required, but because of this potential in the future bringing a different license to the facility, but it will still operate as a full restaurant. And they were in agreement with the conditions as Brian has written them.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, Luis,
You're welcome.
for coming and waiting all this time.
Oh, no worries. Thank you.
And thank you, Brian, for the clarification. Okay. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
I don't have any comments. It's very clear what what they're doing, and I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
Staff report was very cut and dry, very clear. I understand it. It makes sense, perfect sense. I understand that the applicants are okay with the conditions, and I understand what they want to do. They're just leaving their options open for the future. I get that. This is the first time I've seen the renderings. I think it's a nice looking building. I'm pleased with it. I can get the no amplified music. That kind of sweetens the pot a little bit with ABC in the future, so that way they don't get slammed with complaints from neighbors because they approved this ruckus bar. But if it's not amplified, I don't see why they couldn't play out in the courtyard. Why they couldn't, a couple guitars couldn't set up in the courtyard. I think it's a little harsh to stick them indoors, especially a really nice day. But if the Zavalos are okay with it, then I'm okay with it. So thank you for the presentations.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you.
We lost video. Oh, there you are.
I turned it back on. I'm having some internet issues, so I tried.
Me too.
Anyway, I agree with Scott. It's a really nice looking building, and I'm really pleased with it. And I think it will add a lot to the entrance of our town. And when I consider things like this, it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act between economic development, the applicants, and the health and safety of the town. I really don't think that this is going to adversely affect the health and safety of the town that much. I find it much more, I find the argument of having a really nice business, nice restaurant as you come into town to be much more appealing and much better for the economic health of our city. And I just would, at this point, like to remind people that both Donia's and Hardeen's have residences literally right next to them, and they have full bars, and so it's not really it's not a problem there. I don't see why it should be a problem. JJ's, they're going to close at 9:30. They're not going to be open till 1 or 2, which is when most of the problems occur. So I'm in favor of this. I'd like to add one possible condition, and please bear with me, Mr. Vargas. I think you'll like it in the long run. In your 2-car garage there, I would like you to add 2 what's called level 2 chargers for EVs. If you were here earlier, you heard that CCE has a full grant available, and when you build it from the very start, you know what I mean, during new construction, the additional cost is very small, and I'm assure you that you can get a grant from 3CE to cover all the costs. It won't cost you a penny, and then you'll help the environment out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. It will be a code requirement to provide at least provide the chargers in the garage. Normally it would be 1, but I think your recommendation of having 2 is probably great. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Nice adding of that condition. Just a quick refresher. ABC is the agency that is going to decide whether or not they can transfer from one site to another site. ABC is going to be the agency that is going to determine whether they can actually have a 47 license. And it is for this group to decide whether or not mixed use could include a 47. Is that a good synopsis, Brian?
Yeah, that's good. Yes, and the reason the staff report goes into such great detail is to explain the extensive ABC process involved here. You know, we're looking at community health, safety, general welfare findings that are applicable to, you know, these restaurants, these types of mixed uses, and our recommendation is that there's nothing that contravenes those standards.
So
yeah, ABC
then
is the one.
it becomes, sorry, go ahead. Then it becomes the responsibility of the applicant to put up a sign in the window and going to being a good steward of the neighborhood and letting everybody know that, one, they want to do the transfer from one location to another. And then there's a comment period from the community to chime in for ABC, correct? Okay, so then the same thing goes along with the 47, again, public notification, and the community at large has an opportunity to, and again, for the last comment as well, let ABC know whether or not they agree with this or have any issue with this.
That's correct.
So our job is to say, yes, it is a mixed use zoning. And yes, mixed use zoning includes a restaurant. Yes, mixed use includes a 41 license. Yes, mixed use could include a 47 license. And yes, mixed use could include all of these conditions, including 2 EV stations.
That's correct. Yeah, that's your zoning approval.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm clear. Love the rendering too. It's beautiful. I hope the adjacent neighbor and the neighbor behind love it just as much as we do. And I think a mural on the outside would be amazing. And Jennifer, if you can hang on for 2 more hours, we'll get to you about that. Maybe a little less, hopefully. Great, thank you very much. I'm sorry the Zavalas aren't able to speak because I would really love to hear from them. Just to say hey. Okay, public comment. Do we have any public comment on this? Sorry, Lori, please unmute yourself.
I did, I'm sorry. Thought I
Yep,
did,
no worries.
sorry. Jacqueline Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Jackie, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clarify, you're not voting or taking an action on this. What I understand, this is public hearing, correct? Public hearing item, can somebody answer?
This is a public hearing item and it is now open to the public for questions, comments, and concerns.
You as the council body will not be voting on any action on this recommendation by staff, correct?
Yeah,
We
will.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
we will.
there is.
And-
We are charged with the adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the San Juan.
Okay, I understood it to be a public hearing, that this might come back around at the next meeting for a vote. Anyway, because I saw Brian shaking his head no and someone saying yes. Anyway, so my comment as a public resident is that I feel that with, future endeavor that they may or want to apply for the spirits license, why not let them open up with what they are currently, which is what the original application was, a restaurant, and to serve beer and wine as they are now, just in a different location. And I understand that this is a benefit to them. They wouldn't have to lease the building. It's a much nicer building than where they're at now. The location is in a mixed use. And yes, once again, there are restaurants downtown that have older apartments that are probably close to 100 years old before we had all of these regulations and considerations for neighbors and whatnot. So I really think it's kind of like comparing apples and bananas. This structure that you have with the conditional use permit for future use of spirits, I think they should just let it go. You should consider to let it go as it is now. And when the time comes, they can apply, and the community will see if they've been good neighbors or good stewards, because this is really unique. It's not exactly like Donia's. It's not like Hardina's. It's butt up against residences. Okay, you've got the residents that they own on that property, and then they've got another neighbor, but you also have streets behind them that have homes, that have retired people that live in these homes. And so if they want a courtyard, my question is to the architect, why not put a beautiful courtyard that faces a soccer field? So if you do have live music and guitars and whatnot, the sound will go out into the soccer field and not behind the restaurant into the residential areas. I think, you're really quick here to approve this. I understand it. It's economic development. It's supporting local businesses. There's many myriad of reasons why we should be behind this. And I am, but I think you really need to look at this CUP. And when the time comes and the right time comes, like I said, see how they do with the structure and the plan as is with wine and beer, and see if they do prove to be good neighbors for the residences that live all around them. I ask you to please consider that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Fran Fitzharris. Fran, go ahead.
Hi, Fran, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Fran here. I just wanted to mention that I really look at JJ's as our Running Rooster. Running Rooster in Hollister operated for many years with just a beer and wine license. And they had to make that transition to get a 47 to have all, beer, wine, and spirits, and they're thriving now. So this is our Running Rooster, and I really hope that we can support JJ and what they need to do to survive. And we need another restaurant. And it's really a shame that the word bar has such a negative, feeling, because a lot of times with restaurants, it's not a bar, it's a place for families to sit and wait for their table. And we just don't have enough places for families to sit. And so I'm hoping that we can support this and help make this easier for them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we do. Valerie England.
Eglin. Hey, Valerie, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to agree with Mary, her first indication that, or comparison, Hardina's, actually their living quarter is a brand new building that's above that little side banquet room that, because it was destroyed in the earthquake, used to be the Little Bluebird, if anybody remembers the photography shop. So, and then Doña Esther, I don't think they have anything above, but they do have behind. And music from Daisy's affects the back areas more than most others, because it's kind of got a clear space at the orchard there. So all in all, San Juan Bautista, I don't think we've got our quota of 17 bars yet, which was at one point kind of a badge we carried around. So I think that these are responsible people, that the premises is well thought out, and that it's going to be a real winner for the communities. So I just want to chime in and agree with what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yeah, audience member 5. Go ahead.
Hi,
Hello.
audience member 5, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Bella, and I'm a resident in the apartments that Hardeen's has. And I think the more buzz in downtown, the better. And JJ's is a reliable business here in town, and I'm in support of this. That's what I have to say. You know, I like the buzz in downtown, and I would love to see more of it. And it looks like a really nice building. And when you said mural, that got me even more excited. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Bella. Do we have any other public comment?
I do not see any. I do have, I think council got an email from Yolanda Delgado that will be put into the record. Would you like me to read that, or did you all get it? It's a public comment on this item.
We have to read that into the record, do we not? City Attorney Bob Rathie.
You don't have to. You can.
Yeah, you don't, she has requested that it be read at the meeting. I will say that.
What's the
Oh, she has, okay.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to get that in there.
So I get to read.
There's also Rachel Ponce's letter, Lori.
Pardon me?
There's also a letter from Rachel Ponce.
I don't have that one.
I thought Brian sent it to the other city clerk, to Norma.
Yeah.
I just
I
have.
can read that.
Okay,
I
you
can
want me to
read
read
that into.
Yolanda?
Yes, please, Lori, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hello, my
That's
name is Yolanda Delgado. I am a resident of San Juan Bautista. Prior to the city council making their judgment on the bar for JJ's at 205 Alameda, I would like the city council to take in much consideration that it's within 600 feet of the school, playgrounds, soccer field, and the underage children will have to walk past the bar. It's Monday through Friday, and on the weekends playing soccer or just playing in the field as they do now. Also, there is strict restrictions for bars within 100 feet of homes. They can't be garbage. There can't be garbage being thrown out before 9 o'clock in the morning. And the rear door cannot remain open. Also, the back door can't remain open for live music. We should take this into consideration because the homes in our residents of San Juan Bautista were there before the application of this bar want loud music and sales of liquor. There's a lot of take in consideration to prior to approving the ABC 47. The application should remain as a restaurant with a bar inside, such as Applebee's or Chili's. Again, let's take the consideration of the safety of our children in San Juan and the noise for the residents that live within 100 feet of the establishment. Yolanda Delgado.
Thank you very much. Brian, will you read Rachel Ponce's?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
So from Rachel Ponce, 93 4th Street, San Juan Bautista. Dear San Juan Bautista City Council, as a longtime San Juan Bautista resident who lives near the proposed site for the new JJ's restaurant and bar at the corner of Alameda and Pierce Streets, I request that you deny the bar and 47 alcohol license application. My residence on 4th Street is quite close to the proposed site. I have experienced several reckless incidents by drunken drivers at my property. 1, damage to the oak tree in front of my home. 2, rear end damage to my parked car in front of my home. 3, a very young woman knocked on my door at 2 a.m. She was so drunk she couldn't even speak. Fortunately, the sheriff was in town and responded to our call to help her. 4, the drunk driver wrecked into the front of our house and caused considerable damage. See photos. Thanks to the quick reaction of a neighbor, he followed the oil spill of the truck and helped the sheriff find the drunk driver on the San Juan grade. I'm additionally concerned that the relocation of JJ's to Alameda and Pierce Streets will surely increase traffic and parking within the 4th Street vicinity. within the 4th Street vicinity. Adding a bar with a 47 alcohol license permit at the site would put the neighborhood in a potential dangerous zone. Our small historical town does not need yet another bar. Please take these past incidents in this area into consideration as you review this application. I urge you to deny JJ's 47 alcohol license application. Thank you, Rachel Ponce.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I see no other public comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to address some of the comments, if you will. Just to clarify, first, the courtyard is facing the soccer fields. It's facing outward toward the Alameda. The application is for a restaurant with bar. The type 47 is an eating place, according to the ABC. This is not a bar. It's not a type 48 permit application. Finally, this is a public hearing item. Once the hearing is closed, then the city council, there's a recommendation, as was stated earlier, for city council action after the hearing is closed.
Thank you very much. I am now closing the public hearing. Bob and Dawn, we have to look at the resolution. Is there a first reading or a second reading, or can we vote on it now?
No, this is a resolution, so that's only one action.
Thank you very much. I will now entertain a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista approving a use permit to allow the establishment of a restaurant with bar and related on-site alcohol sales consumption on the main floor of a mixed-use building for the property located at 205 the Alameda at intersection of the Alameda and Pierce Street, APN 002-460-001 and 002-460-002.
I would like to make
so
a
moved.
motion that we accept that resolution.
But I'd like to add that we include my condition for 2 EV chargers in the garage.
Thank you very much. We have Councilmember Edge with the resolution, Councilmember Freeman seconding with the
Amendment.
amendment. Thank you very much for that word. With the amendment.
Where'd you go?
What? Oh, he's on the phone. Sorry.
And the maker of the resolution accepts the amendment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Bob.
I just said the maker of the resolution accepts the amendment that was proposed with the second.
Councilmember Edge, do you accept that amendment?
Oh, yes, I do.
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Fields,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores.
He got bounced out of the meeting and he just called and asked me to vote for him.
We can't do that.
Here, he said yes.
Maybe he'll be back in by the time I call Mayor Jordan's name. Mayor Jordan.
What? Sorry. Yes.
Okay, so it passes 4-4, not a unanimous vote yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luis, thank you for the presentation. Please extend our recommendations to the Zavalas, and we look forward to seeing signs up for notifications
Thank
at a
you.
window near us.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good
Good night.
evening. Water shortage emergency pursuant to section 350-359 of the California Water Code, the city of San Juan Bautista may declare a water shortage emergency condition to prevail within the area whenever it finds and determines that the ordinary demands and requirements of water consumers cannot be satisfied without depleting the water supply for human consumption, sanitation, and fire protection. The declaration shall be made only after a public hearing at which consumers of such water supply shall have an opportunity to be heard to protest against the declaration. City Manager Don Reynolds.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to get Vice Mayor Flores back on gear. Hopefully that works. We'll see. Here we go.
Here he is.
Is he coming back?
Go ahead, Don. We can.
Okay, great. The city's declaration of a state of emergency caused by drought is the same as the state's uniform water code requires a public hearing, and is the same as the county water contingency plan, which the city is not formally a member, but it's the stage 2 plan is identical to our city code that I've provided for the council in terms of process and protocol. The county's in stage 1, which is a voluntary compliance, and we've been mimicking that on our end, talking about voluntary compliance to conserve water. But recent data from the snowpack shows, actually, I think it was 34% of normal. That's our reserve for the year. And at that point, the Water Resources Agency came to the city in their presentation at their last meeting, asking that we also come on board and declare a state of emergency due to drought. The last time we did that, I'm sure much of you remember, was in 2015. And it was in May 2015, the same time of year, when we entered into our last state of emergency like this. So the public hearing is required to allow residents to protest the imposition of mandatory water conservation measures. So we have to announce this and then provide time to promote it so that the members of the community are aware that we're serious, that the 25% reduction is serious. The proposed mandatory conservation measures apply to the city and to businesses too. So city parks and other use of water will have to be reduced by the city in the maintenance of its buildings. It can only go into effect after public outreach has had time to announce that mandatory actions and potential fines for violations. The next slides include examples from the Water Resources Agency. This notice on the left is being copied right now for the May utility bills. So they'll be going out the first week in May. And then the advertisement on the right is a sample of one provided by the Water Resources Agency in the Mission Village Voice in 2015. And it summarizes the provisions, and these are the same provisions that we have in our ordinance. And our ordinance requires these 8 steps be taken. Landscape watering is prohibited on any other day except Monday and Thursday, and it's prohibited between the hours of 9 and 5 p.m. on any day. Washing down sidewalks and driveways, watering outdoor landscapes in a manner that causes excess runoff, as was noted in the roundabout earlier in the meeting today. Washing a motor vehicle with a hose, unless the hose is fitted with a shutoff nozzle. Operating a fountain or decorative water feature, unless the water is part of a recirculating system. Irrigating turf or ornamental landscapes during the 48 hours following measurable precipitation. I don't know if that includes today, if that was measurable. I believe it was. Serving water to customers in restaurants or other food service establishments other than by request. And laundering towels and linens daily in hotels and motels without offering the option of choosing not to have them laundered or not predominantly displaying notice of this option. So the consequences can lead to penalties. Our penalties are rather low. But I highlighted the area in the center because this would be a code enforcement action where there is value and education-based approach encouraging water conservation. So it's our goal to work closely with the Water Resources Agency in the next few weeks to get the word out. And we have various ways that we can do that. They will be at our Earth Day event, getting the word out. So we're going to do our best to get the community educated before we consider any fines or warnings. So that's it for this presentation. And this declaration would stay in place beginning May 1st, would stay in place until such a time as the region recovers from drought. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge?
No, I don't have any questions, but I feel very strong that we need to, this is a state of emergency. We are really low in water and we need to keep these restrictions for a long time, not just until we get a heavy rain like we did. We were in the drought in 2015 and then we got a lot of rain in 2017 and here we are all over again. And I don't think we've ever been out of the drought. So I totally agree with this. We need to, put these restrictions on ourselves. Thank you, Dawn.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores?
I'm all for it. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
No questions, comment. We did not get measurable rainfall unfortunately today.
No, we
We
didn't?
got, no, we didn't even register, not even a tenth, and we've only had a ½ inch since the first of the year. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes, following up on what Scott said, a ½ inch is really kind of emergency situation. So I am in favor of this. Thank you very much, Don, for the presentation.
Thank you. Don, didn't the governor declare this also?
Yes, he did, statewide.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't notice it in the ordinance.
I might have referenced it in the resolution.
I mean, the resolution, sorry, thank you. Okay, you stated that the county's fee schedule is higher?
Fine schedule, right.
Fine schedule.
I believe it goes up to $1,000, yeah.
How come we're not following that?
It would require an ordinance revision. We can do that, but it's in the ordinance, so I would need to come back in a hearing and go through the 90-day process. We can do that.
Yep. No, it was just a question. Thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns from the public. I will now open it up to public comment.
Yes, Valerie, Eglin?
Eglin, yep. Thank you. Hey, Valerie, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Having lived off of a well all my life, I value every little drop that gets pumped out of the earth, and I ask forgiveness for every drop that comes out. What I notice for myself at restaurants is that when you do ask for water, they bring, it must be close to a quart of water in one of those glasses. And I asked them just a little glass of water. And there's only been 1 or 2 times that I've requested a small glass of water, that I've gotten a small glass of water. And I believe that that would be helpful to ask restaurants to reduce the size of their water glasses and not make them soda fountain size. So that's my only observation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That's a good one. Do we have any other public comment?
We do not. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? I see none at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am now closing the public comment.
Okay.
Well, not heard any protests against the declaration, I'll now entertain a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista declaring a state of emergency due to drought and imposition of water conservation regulations.
So moved.
Thank you very
Second.
much.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman, Vice Mayor Flores.
Can,
Freeman.
I'm sorry. Is there any way that we can squeeze in there that we change or amend the fees being charged in the motion?
You have to change the resolution.
Well,
Right.
right, so the county's fees are $100, $250, and $500, and ours go 50, 250, and 100, or.
Right, we could potentially bump them up to the limit of, these would be administrative citations, so it would be the limit imposed on general law cities to issue fines for administrative citations. I'm off the top of my head, I don't know what they are, but I think 100, 200, 500 sounds similar.
Yeah, that's what the county's Water Resource Agency did.
Yeah.
If we amend this, does it put any action out 90 days?
No.
No, you would have to adopt an ordinance to change the fine schedule, which would normally take 30 days unless you did it as an urgency ordinance, which I think you could probably make findings given the fact that you're in an emergency situation here. An urgency ordinance only requires essentially one reading, but it has to have certain findings that I don't think would be difficult to make in this context.
Probably not, but the ordinances have to be introduced at regular meetings, so it would.
That is correct.
have to
Yeah.
be May 17.
They have to be introduced either at a regular meeting or at an adjourned regular meeting for that.
Okay, the resolution is to adopt a resolution of the City of San Juan Bautista declaring a state of emergency due to drought and imposition of water conservation regulations. And then we can approve that. And then on next month's agenda, Don, have an ordinance. We don't have to add an amendment to this, do we?
No, I'll just direct staff to return with and revisit the.
And a revised ordinance
Yeah.
with a fine schedule.
In the form of direction, which is appropriate with a motion.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Second, okay, so we're good with directing staff to come back with an ordinance to adjust the fines associated with this resolution. May I have a roll call vote, please?
I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we had a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Now we're gonna change it?
No.
No, you're just directing staff to return in May.
Right.
Yeah, no
There's
changes, just
no
a
change
just
to
a
the-
direction.
There's no
Okay.
change to the action that this resolution would affect. Yeah.
All right.
Right, thank you for that. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Action items 7A is not being heard tonight. The appeal has been taken back with an adjustment from large to medium
Right,
usage.
right. We're,
And if possible, can we with commercial strengths, thank you, from high to standard. And can we go from 7B to 7C and come back? Since,
Sure. Yeah, 7B, I've got quite a few slides about the budget. Happy to do that.
thank you. Jennifer, hey, can you hear me? Sorry, I should have texted her to let her know we're switching up.
Would you like me to go ahead?
Jennifer, can you hear me?
She must not be there because I asked her to unmute. Oh, maybe she is.
She's
Oh,
on mute.
there she is.
Oh,
Hi,
no,
Jennifer.
She's
She
muted.
muted.
She muted again.
This is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing the San Benito County Arts Council an installation of a mural on Luck Park Library. Hey, Jennifer.
I'm the leading artist. I'm the muralist.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Good, doing well. Oh, my name is Jennifer. Let me let her know.
That's okay. We can go on without Jennifer. She'll come back. She'll come back to us. Oh, you were doing a name change. Sorry. Hey, Venetia.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Sorry for the confusion. She is on here if you'd like to try and unmute her.
I think she has to unmute herself.
There we go.
There she is.
Hey, how are you?
Hi there,
for
sorry
all
about that.
confusion.
Apologies. I was trying to quickly get my kids in bed. Okay, is it possible to screen share?
Sure.
Okay, let me just pull it up. 1 second, where'd it go? And then I believe my colleague, Venencia Prudencio is, oh, there she is. Okay, perfect,
Yep,
great.
she's on.
Okay, excellent. All right, let me screen share. And view.
We're good to go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, apologies about that. My name is Jennifer Lane. I'm Executive Director of the San Benito County Arts Council. And thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Jordan and members of the council, for this opportunity to present a mural project that we're proposing for San Juan Bautista. I'm going to move forward a bit and then we'll have Venencia, our lead muralist, introduce herself. Let's see. So this project that we're proposing, we initially came to the council last month and discussed two mural or public art projects that we are working on with partners in San Juan Bautista. One, of course, was the Caltrans project at the Washington Street underpass. And it was a great opportunity last week to meet with Assembly Member Rivas, with Mayor Jordan, Vice Mayor Flores, and City Manager and so forth, to go look at the site and talk about the project. That's another project. The one that we're here presenting tonight is a mural from a community arts impact project that's funded by the California Arts Council. And the original concept of this project was to bring together artists, frontline workers, and community members to recognize and process the trauma of COVID, and also celebrate the ways in which our community has shown resilience, strength, and compassion as we have navigated these difficult times together. The outcome of this year-long process will result in two murals, one in San Juan Bautista, one in Hollister, and we're also working with photographer Marissa Duran on a digital media installation. So although the project is sort of springing up from our collective experiences with COVID, we're really focusing on what is in part come out of that. And some of the key themes that emerged through this process, and I'll talk a little bit about our community engagement process, have been the themes of hope, resilience, and strength. So that's really what we're using to inform this project. So we did engage in 3 virtual community engagement workshops with our lead artists, Venencia Prudencio and Marissa Duran. El Teatro Campesino was a lead partner and helped come up with some of the icebreaker exercises and prompts for getting participants to participate. The Arts Council, of course, was a lead partner, and these 3 workshops took place in February and March. At the final workshop, Venencia presented her first sketch concept that was derived from the input from the participants, and she'll share that momentarily. And since then, she's been working on a few different iterations. Since that time, we also, like I mentioned, gave a brief presentation to City Council in March, where we shared, I believe, the second sort of iteration of the mural design, and got some really valuable feedback, both from council members and from the public during public comment. We met with the San Juan Bautista Public Library staff and the auxiliary members, because we are now proposing here tonight that we get approval to put this mural on at the library. And we can talk a little bit about how that site was chosen. And we've also shared the mural design with Chairman Valentin Lopez from the Ama Mutsun tribe. And he has basically said that they have no position on the mural, since it does not explicitly portray an Indigenous person or Indigenous history. So with that, I will turn it over to Venencia to introduce herself and also talk about the different process that she's gone through in creating the mural.
Hey y'all, so my name is Venecia and I'm a teaching artist at local schools, as well as the lead artist and creative direction person for this mural here. The concept, as Jennifer mentioned, was brought about through a series of workshops, and community members got to explore different visuals that represented our goals, and had a direct input in the creative direction of the image, as well as had a chance to critique the preliminary sketch, which you can see here on the left. Right, and then on the right, I think was after the workshop where I added some color, and then her features started changing because I wanted to represent a more Indigenous-like figure, but she has implied native features and dress, but she's ethnically ambiguous and represents us all. Yeah, we're good. Maybe the next slide over to see how it evolved. And at first we weren't sure where the location might be. It was initially going to be at the Windmill Market, so it was created with those dimensions in mind. But knowing now that it's at the library, I wanted to accommodate the design to its new home. So I added the book at the bottom, and I think that adds a separate element of, you know, a historical aspect. And then she's in a field of flowers, which could be interpreted as her community and or her ancestors watching over her and or supporting her as she looks off into her bright future. And then here I have marigolds, the California poppy, and then mustard flowers. The poppies and the mustard flowers are local. And then the marigolds are traditionally used as Day of the Dead flowers. So that also alludes a little bit to her culture and or ethnicity. But they are typically used as like a flower for mourning. So I kind of wanted to acknowledge our losses and collective grief through the symbolism of the flowers. And I also wanted to honor the history of the town by adding like little Indigenous symbols. So here I have the hummingbird as well. That's about it. And then there's a cloud behind her head to symbolize, you know, the worst is past her. You know, we kind of survived this storm, etc. There's a lot of like symbolism, and it can be interpreted in several ways. And here is the final mock-up of the location and the approximate size.
So again, just to chime in, this is a proposed location. This kind of, the location of the library was suggested to us from San Juan Bautista staff following, when we learned that the Windmill Market would no longer be a likely location. After meeting with Rochelle from the library, we looked around the building and looked at a few different sites along different sides of the building. And one thing that came out of that meeting was to paint the mural on wood panels so that it can be installed on the building, but the mural wouldn't be painted directly on the building. So that gives a little bit of flexibility if there were to be renovation done to the building or painting, or maybe, there was a need to move the mural at some point, there would be that opportunity. So Venencia would paint the mural on plywood panels. It would be sealed with a graffiti coat, and then we would work together with the city to install it properly and safely on the building. So moving forward, just a quick timeline. This is what we would be looking at. On the left here, we'd look to approve the mural design and location tonight, ideally. And then Venencia would get to work on painting the mural. We're hoping to install by June, so we have a really quick turnaround time, and then host a community celebration or ribbon cutting of some kind of the new mural. And we would really love to involve all the people that have been a part of this year-long process. On the right, these are some of the things that, the Arts Council would work closely with the city to make sure that we're meeting. We work down this checklist to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page. Along with any public art project, of course, we always want to make sure we do, meaningful community engagement, which we have done. We want to make sure the funding and budget is secured. So one thing we need to look into is the funding for installation. We're hoping that's something that the city could cover, with your own staff and resources. I would be working on a maintenance plan developed in partnership with the city. So once the mural is installed, what is the plan for maintaining the artwork? Is there a maintenance budget, and what are the explicit instructions? So if there were to be graffiti or tagging on the mural, which I bring it up because people always ask that, but in my 12 years at the Arts Council, we've never had an issue with that ever on any one of our murals at school sites or in a public location, but it is important. But if there were to be tagging, like what would be the instructions for removing that without damaging the underlying paint? And then, some things around public safety, visibility, and accessibility. So what will be the lighting? How will can the public get right up close to the mural, or is it behind some shrubs? If so, what's happening with those shrubs? And then signage. We want to make sure that there's, a plaque or some kind of signage to attribute the mural creation to our lead artist, Venencia, and that would include the year and so forth. And I imagine the city of San Juan has some standard signage that you like to do on your public buildings. So I believe that brings us to the end of our presentation. I can leave this up if you wanted to have another look at the mural design, or I can stop sharing.
Why don't you throw up the mural again? Throw the mural up again? Sorry. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Venencia. Questions from the council. Councilmember Edge.
So is this the final drawing, the final mural? It won't change.
At this point, probably not, unless there was something some real clear direction from the council that would be important to the council. But like I said, Venencia's really done her due diligence and her homework, working closely with the community. And, I think she's done a really excellent job in gathering feedback and incorporating elements that are meaningful to folks in San Juan Bautista. But, if there was some final feedback from the council, we'd definitely be open to hearing it.
The only feedback that I have is, and I know that the cloud is, it's behind us now. But I don't know. I'm not an artist. I do love art, but, you know, it's your piece and I don't want to, you know, interfere with your piece, but I don't, you know, I don't, the cloud, it's, I don't see it as a cloud. So I don't know, maybe when I see it on, and you're going to put it on a piece of wood, you're going to be putting it on a panel so that we're going to hang it up.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So I love the colors. The colors are beautiful. And they all blend in so nicely. And I love the little hummingbird. And I like the way you added the book because it's going to be at the library. So, you know, I do like that. But thank you so much, Benicia, for your hard work. We appreciate it. Those are my only comments and questions.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
Yes, I like the design. I like the fact that she has the cempasúchil. There's a lot of symbolism involved. My only comment is like Mary said, I think the cloud should have a little more detail because it looks like it was just an accident or something. But that's just my own perception. But maybe a little bit of detail in the cloud, perhaps. I don't know.
No, for sure. Noted. Thank you.
You know what I mean, Venecia?
No, yeah. There's like that very
Para que esté más clarito.
contrast. Yeah.
Para que esté más clarito porque no se mira bien.
Está bien, gracias.
Okay.
Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, I was looking at the resolution and I'm just a little confused by the resolution. Why isn't the resolution just basically say the city of San Juan Bautista is giving the San Diego County art folks the permission to install the mural on the library, but it's got all this other stuff in here about the arts, the working with the state of California and all these developed public arts program trails and change of land use and warehouse areas for performer studios and all this. So how's that all have to do with putting a mural on a building? I'm a little confused by the resolution, or am I reading the wrong resolution?
No, that is correct. When we do things, we like to find some way that the general plan underpins the decision that we're making. And so I looked at general plan. There are plenty of policies about public art. And so those are just simply general plan policies that relate to public art so that there's justification for using a city facility for this installation. And then of course, there's some provisions in the resolution to protect the facility itself, make sure that we have the appropriate safeguards via the encroachment permit process. So it's just that's the way that we will permit this installation on the library, is via that permit. And then we'll be able to get into the details, working with the Arts Council and Benicia about how the installation should be put in place.
Okay, I get that part. I get the part about installing the mural on the library, but I just don't understand why there's all these other whereases. Why isn't it just a cut and dry resolution approving the Arts Council to put a mural on the library?
Well, that was my explanation, was that you've got general plan policies that
I get that. I get that. I understand.
Speak to public art. That's it. That's
Okay,
all.
I know, I get that, and we could have all went and read. I just seems like a whole lot of verbiage for something pretty simple. But that's a beautiful mural. I mean, I have no objections to the mural. I'm just confused by all the verbiage. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I too like the mural. I think it'll look great on the library wall. I really like the idea that it's going to be on a movable panel or series of panels. So, it can be moved or redone if it ever was tagged or anything like that and then put back up. I think that's a great idea. And so thank you and fully support it.
Thank you. Venencia, I'm glad we found a home for it. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Valerie, did you want to speak at this time? Go ahead.
Hey, Valerie,
Yes, I would.
welcome.
Thank you, thank you. And that's basically why I came tonight. So it's just like the Board of Supervisors, you know, you wait until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and but I have some major concerns about the placement. It is a historic building. It's over 50 years old. As you come around the corner and you see the library building, it has that, the architecture is very clean, very San Juan, very, very well done. To put this mural, and I wouldn't call it a mural, it's a badge, an emblem, a medallion, and that's beside the point. Let me kind of go down my points here to be more cohesive. The theme of the COVID recovery is noble. I think that the young lady who did the piece had very good intention and did a good job. It's the colors are lovely. The image is just, it's very sweet. But the library is not a billboard. And when you come around the corner to see that the library, then you have this big emblem. You've got the little Luck gas station. It seems incohesive. So traditionally, a pristine wall next to that beautiful arched window is just not architecturally compatible in my point of view. It appears as though it's a branding, whereas we have this brand of Lift Your Spirits from a previous endeavor in the community, and it creates a confusion for me to see this emblem and then go into this, to see this, the Lift Your Spirit emblem further on down in town. And that may not be significant in itself, but when you start looking at the compilation of issues around the space that it would be put in as proposed, it becomes incongruent. The other thing, I feel that it's not inclusive. If it were a group of people, but even then, the space itself is my biggest issue. I believe that if that emblem was on the park side of the building, to where those participating in the park and entering the building, then it becomes an inclusion, an invitation. Whereas when it's on the other side, the other street side, it becomes a billboard, and it does not do the image justice. So my opinion would be to find another space on the park side where it would create and add to the playfulness of the park, the inclusion within the park, making the park, the play of the park and the knowledge within the library as something that is gives atmosphere. So I think if I'm looking at all my little list of things, I think that's about all my issues. But I seriously think it would do the image justice to be in the Parkside inclusiveness rather than on the street side excluding the participants within the library and the park. So that's my opinion. Another space would be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
I don't see any hand raised at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing the San Benito County Arts Council installation of a mural on the Luck Library.
So moved.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Flores. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
No.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes, but I have a question. Could we consider putting it on the other side like Valerie Eglin suggested? Because I think I liked her points.
Did you want to make a substitute motion? Do we have a motion and a second, I believe. So at this point, you could make a substitute motion and wait for a second.
Even while we're voting, even while in the middle of voting, we can substitute out?
Actually, no, if you're in the middle of voting, I don't
We
think.
are in the middle of voting, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Wrong.
all right, well. Yes,
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 4-1. Thank you.
And the only option, I think, when you are voting like that, you have to continue the voting and then you would have to make a motion to rescind the action and go do it again. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your support and time.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Fidencia.
thank you both of you. Thank you, and for waiting so long.
Okay, action item 7B. Wrong mouse. Adopt a strategic plan and review status of fiscal year 2022-2023 budget.
Right, okay, thank you, Mayor. Members of the
Hey,
City
hang
Council.
on one second. Sorry, Don. Cesar, go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
Need a break?
Yes, is there any way we can move these items to the next meeting? I mean, we've been here like way over 3 hours. I mean, we've been here since 5 o'clock.
I don't have a problem with that, Mayor.
We're almost done, Cesar. Hang in there.
Okay. All right, but you know.
All right, I'll go as fast as I can, and I've got a few slides to share with you. And I'm going to repackage the budget slides. That's the majority of the time I need to spend with the council. And we're going to have 3 or 4 shots at the budget. And of course, I'll make these slides available to the public and to the council to see afterwards. Just asking that the resolution adopting the strategic plan be considered and adopted today. That's the only real action I'm looking for. The rest of these slides are a summary of some of the budget, the good news actually with our budget moving forward. last Friday, Wendy and Veronica and I were able to review the budget, and it's now in ClearGov, which is our virtual budget book. So now that it's in ClearGov, we're going to polish it up and we're going to get it published for you May 2nd, with a budget hearing scheduled May 10th. So a lot of this information is going to come back to you. And if you have any comments or feedback regarding some of the recommendations, there'll be time that we can meet separately and go through these slides. Happy to do that. Or we can talk about them at the May 10th budget meeting that's planned. So, so basically, what we've done is we've gone through the staff report, and I've summarized some of the staffing assumptions that are in the budget, because payroll is the #1 cost in our city budget. We're adding a part-time rec coordinator and a part-time maintenance worker, and then correcting the lead library tech to remain at 30 hours where she is now. Adding the rec coordinator, this is something that I would consider doing, because our budget is running. You heard Michelle talk today about a $400,000 operational surplus. So this is a cost of $25,000 to $30,000 annually. There was talk about putting this recruiting for this position off till mid-year, till December, which makes sense because a lot of your recreation programs may begin in the spring and especially be important during the summer. Pardon me. But what are some of the things the rec coordinator can do? If we had a recreation commission, they could run the recreation commission. They could also help reestablish our youth commission and be the staff person in charge of those two commissions. But they would be helping establish in our new community hall, which will be totally acoustically sound by then. The new children's programs, senior programs during the day, and other community services. So to make better use of that community hall. And then we've had success working with the Aroma San Juan Bautista Unified School District. We've gotten quotes for fencing that would allow the facility to be shared. And I expect a draft joint use agreement from the superintendent's office in the next week or so. So what are we going to do with that? We could have basketball leagues. We could expand league play on weekends in the school and grow that. There's also been a desire, I think, a pent-up desire to expand and organize cultural and art programming in our city, to include library programs, and especially during the summer, and then to have a staff person to coordinate volunteer services in our city. So they could be doing that, and then we could use some support assisting the library and working in special events. So for Christmas and Halloween holidays and so forth. So I think this position could be really helpful to our city, and I hope the council will consider it when we move forward adopting our budget. Deputy City Clerk, our recent recruitment was at first very encouraging, but then when it came time to schedule interviews, discouraging. This position requires strong candidates, and so we're re-advertising now as fast as we can with a salary based dependent on qualifications. In comparing the salary to, for example, Hollister's Deputy City Clerk, we may need a 15 to 20% increase. This would be an increase from $42.40 an hour up to $43, $45 an hour. But let's see what kind of applicants we get when we leave the salary open and see if we can attract more people. So we're re-recruiting for that position. The cost of living for employees is budgeted at 6%. Inflation in March was 8.5%. So 6% is higher than most cities. In meeting with the city managers in our regional group last Friday, not many are considering more than 3%, but they have labor unions and they have agreements signed that are locked in for next year, so they don't have to reopen those contracts if they don't want to. But I think they're postponing the inevitable. I think we're looking at a 5 to 6% inflation over the long run. And so that's why we're budgeting right now a 6% cost of living increase. So that's where we are. I'm the only contract for labor that the council has, so we can discuss mine separate if you like. When Wendy and I did the math, that was a $65,000 increase to our operational budget spread across all funds. So that's in part 10% water, 10% sewer, and probably about 35–40% community general fund. So the budget can absorb this as well, 65,000 and the new recreation position. But we're looking at major contracts, as I mentioned earlier. We're rebidding some of our big contracts. We expect 10%. We've already provided our private security with a 10% increase in their contract, mostly due to fuel costs. We can understand how the cost of fuel would really hammer our private security services. Water and wastewater contractors are also seeking a 10 to 15% increase each. I got a request today from Cypress for about a 10% increase effective June 1st. Their contract has expired, so I need to issue them an interim contract while we rebid this. So while we're at it, we're going to rebid wastewater as well, and we'll get all clear water on board with that program. Hope to get that done by June 30th. In informal conversations with Captain Keelan, I understand that the sheriff is working on a new contract. So I don't know if the deputies are negotiating a new contract with the sheriff, but that seems inevitable in light of all the other increases we're seeing in our inflationary environment. We're improving enforcement, and that impacts the budget because we're rewriting new codes for parking and nuisance properties. So we've increased our contract with a company called Data Services, and they help us collect the parking tickets we write and the admin sites that we write. So with that in mind, we have increased parking and admin site revenue. And most recently, in discussion with the Public Safety Committee, we're going to make a few minor changes to improve animal control efforts in our town by adding kennels at the Public Works Yard, so that we have a place on weekends and holidays to harbor animals that are victims of cruelty or just lost and stray animals until such a time Monday morning when we could transfer them to the Hollister kennel. So we have good positive conversations with Hollister PD, but we're going to have to do most of the labor on our end. So that would be another function of code enforcement, which see if the council will be interested in that. So we'll revisit this as part of our public safety initiative, but I think we need to step up our animal control efforts. Our special initiatives and the ARP funds, just a quick summary. For the San Juan School Joint Use Program, we budgeted $175,000 in the American Rescue Plan. Estimates are coming in below $100,000. The business loans and the loans for the business grants, that's a type of the business grants are actually going out today. So we're announcing it, and Brian hustled and working with Erica, our office tech, and her next to last week. We're getting these grants out on the street up to $2,500 a piece for businesses that opened during COVID, businesses that opened before COVID and had to make adjustments, and then nonprofits. So we'll see how many applications we get. I expect about 20 to 30 applications at $2,500 a piece. So I wanted to share that with you, that those grant programs are now out on the street and being considered. We've already gotten feedback. The Valero has already expressed an interest. So that's all good and positive. The new American Rescue Plan allocation of $250,000 plus $75,000 from prior years gives us a $325,000 to allocate in our budget. And in this slide, I'm proposing that we increase the 3rd Street Master Plan by $200,000. That would give that project $300,000 to grow on, and consider a transportation hub at the soccer fields as a more expanded use of the school property, of course, with the school's complete cooperation. And then increase the public safety initiative by 125. The focus from the public safety ad hoc committee is the new camera system, and that would give us almost $250,000 to kick that system off with. And then I have a question for the council that we don't need to answer tonight, but Salinas did offer their employees essential worker premiums of $2,000 each. I spoke to the human resources director last week, and she sent me her staff report. So I have information if the council wants to consider this. It's an eligible use for the American Rescue Plans, and a lot of cities are doing it. She explained to me that essential worker premiums range from $500 per employee up to $10,000 per employee. And she has a whole array of different cities that have done this. So I'll provide more detail on that, but it's something I wanted to get on the council's radar as use of the American Rescue Plan funds. And just to share with you the balances we have and the opportunities we have. This could be increased to include facilities. It could be increased, think about what we might want to do with $325,000, but I'm trying to keep our three initiatives moving forward. And these two need the funding the most. Our capital improvement program, we're working on an RFP for street improvements now. We had identified 7 streets from our pavement management plan when Julie Bazard retired. So we're picking up where she left off on that RFP, and we're able to add more streets because, as we know, the sales tax has improved across the region, which means our Measure G is actually a little higher than we expected. So we'll be able to add some more streets to that, and we'll come back to the council with a new list of street improvements that we're planning, hopefully to get out to bid between now and June. We are completing our parks projects, and the community hall is next on the radar. And then, of course, our EPA compliance projects, importing water and our force main project are key parts of our capital improvement coming up. And the only new things in the CIP that I see to add to the current list that we have, it's at about $3 million right now, would be a financial software system. Since our finance staff is stable, it's time to implement that. And a SCADA system for communicating with our water and sewer pumps and lift stations. We have $50,000 in the budget now, but we would add money to that CIP. And I've asked Carl Bajarki to come up with a rough cost estimate for a complete SCADA system, which we're long overdue. So the CIP in its detail will be ready the week of May 2nd and for public consideration. So those are just some of the things I'm thinking of. We've talked about electric vehicles and electric charging stations for public works, and we've talked about a number of other things that we could add to this list. So let me know your thoughts, and I'm open, and we can move forward. This is my last slide on the budget, just to assure that our enterprise funds are solid and doing well. You can see we estimate water revenue next fiscal year at about $1.2 million. It's quite an increase over 2 years ago. And the water expenses staying stable at less than $1 million. So when we do the math and working with Bartle Wells today, they're estimating that we have in our rates already enough to absorb a 25%, a $25 per home. If we had to raise our rates $50, $25 is already built into the revenue. That's what I'm trying to say. So this surplus is going to come to good use as we look at our water rate study. And then the sewer program, the sewer rate study is already done, and it was in place in February. And you can see our revenue has grown by more than 10%. The expenses are only a little more than $500,000. So we're doing really well on the sewer side, which is what we're going to need because the debt service will be coming in 2023 to pay for that force main, that $18 million project. So we're banking the money now and spending just a little bit on the design of the project, which is almost completed. So that's pretty much my budget consideration. And I don't know if the council has any questions of the public. I'm happy to answer them, but we'll be back May 10th and May 17th to talk more about the budget before we consider its adoption in June. So with that, Mayor, thank you for staying awake through my presentation, and thank you for hanging in there, SSR. These are the things that they're pretty much in my staff report, and now you can see it fleshed out in the slides of the book. Okay.
Thank you very much for that. So the action item before us is to adopt the strategic plan and review status of fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. I'm with Cesar holding this off until the next meeting. I have a lot of questions on the staff report. Councilmember Edge?
I feel the same way. I think we need to table it to next meeting.
Okay.
If that's okay. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. And I have a lot of questions too.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Yeah, I agree. There's a bunch of stuff to look at. And Don, what was that you said one more time on the surplus that it was 400,000?
Yeah, the general fund is bringing in revenue by in excess of $400,000 of expenses. And last year was 300,000. So I think that's a pretty good buffer, knowing that we have a year and a half of general fund in reserve already.
Okay. Sounds like another deputy. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, maybe so.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
I agree that we should just discuss this at a later meeting. Maybe have one meeting that's devoted nothing but to the budget, and we can have all our questions and pound it out.
Right. That's what May 10 and would be just a budget workshop, right?
Awesome. So I'm going to make a motion to hold off the resolution of the City of San Juan Bautista adopting its strategic plan for fiscal year 2022-23 till a later date, TBD.
Yeah,
TBD.
yes, and I'll second that.
Okay.
Is the mayor able to make motions?
Yes.
I thought he, well,
Yes, she's just like a council member. She
Yes.
may make motions when she wants, yes.
She's another vote.
Yeah. And it still has to be roll call.
Thank you. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Flores,
yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. 7D, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing closure of Mariposa Street between 2nd and 3rd Streets to enable a farmer's market every Sunday between 9:30 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, unlike a lot of applications or requests for street closure, we feel that the frequency of this particular request deserves a different kind of permit. And so we're recommending that the City Council, if you wish, farmers market, to close the street between Mariposa Street between 2nd and 3rd. I've discussed alternative locations for that street closure. The applicants really want that location. If the council doesn't want to close Mariposa between 2nd and 3rd, then we would, work with the applicant to find an alternative spot for that. The other thing is that we've had some comments from people about the character, the quality, the content of the farmers market. I'm not sure how we can address that issue, but I know I've talked with city manager and other people that have been involved or maybe seen the farmers market before when there was an issue with respect to the conduct of the business. And, we're as concerned as anybody else is with respect to the fact that this is going to be a routine event every week. So, our concern is that it be a farmer's market. And we're going to work with the applicants to see how much we can accomplish there. So the staff recommendation is to enable the street to be closed based on past experience. The city has allowed this before, and unless there was some real reason not to do it based on that experience that we're not aware of, then that would be our recommendation. But we would require a temporary use permit issued by the city manager for this one, not a special event.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council. Councilmember Edge.
is this the same guy that's over at the VFW, or is it a different vendor?
I believe it's different. This is West Coast Farmers Market. They're the same people that do the farmers market in Salinas. And it's the same people that you had experience with before the shutdown occurred.
This is Jerry who was doing it before.
Correct.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
yeah. And I don't know, Brian, you said something about that the condition of the farmer's market or the vendors. What, I'm sorry, I'm getting rummy now. What was
okay.
it that you said?
So we've had some comments from people about the quality of the farmer's market with respect to the fact that it's more merchandise and less produce. And so, you know, that's been a criticism in the past. And I just, because I've heard those comments, you know, that's part of the discussion.
Thank
I'll
you.
make some
And
clarification.
that's, and that's true. I do remember that that they didn't offer much produce. It was a lot of those churros and the, you know, stuff like that, that it doesn't appeal to me. I like the plants and I like the produce and, you know, things that are true to a farmer's market. So I'm hoping, do we have to, I mean, can we ask him what he's going to be offering, what kind of vendors he's going to have?
I think it would be appropriate for us to look at the street closure. It's an opportunity for the city council to ask for that the farmer's market be predominantly all about a farmer's market. I think that's appropriate.
Right.
And then weighing what predominantly means. I mean, we're making a value judgment there, but you know, I think the point is that a farmer's market is really all about the way we think it is, which is about fresh produce, organic, you know, offerings, if possible, especially because we have
locally
sourced, locally sourced produce,
right.
and we have an opportunity here to work with our ag industry to produce a farmer's market that meets those qualifications.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
Yeah, I read Dan DeVries' letter, you know, and he sounds like he wants to volunteer to do that, but you know, talk is cheap. And we can, you know, we can dictate to the guy that's running the market, say, hey, we want a market. The main complaint about him was that his wife put that big long, you know, setting there with all her handcraft and stuff, and that's what they were complaining about. But it was his wife that set it up. So anyhow, we can tell him exactly what we want. If we, you know, you don't want churros, don't get churros, whatever, you know.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
But I read through the staff report. I didn't even, fortunately, I read the resolution too, because I didn't even know who was proposing this. Be nice to see a definition of this guy's definition of a farmer's market. My definition is an agricultural market, right? Everything from lettuce to honey to jams and jellies. I don't want to see pan flute, CDs. I don't want to see, you know, imported jewelry. And there are shops that there are more complaints. Some of the people in town that sell jewelry and sell music and things like that are saying, hey, why are we allowing this competition to come in once a week from the Bay Area? You know, it's competition to us. And I don't like that. I want to see a farmer's market. And if the guy can't produce a farmer's market, then I think he needs to go elsewhere. Couple of the conditions of approval, like cleaning up within 3 days. No, he needs to clean up that day.
Okay.
And I looked this outfit up, this West Coast Farmers Market, and they're already advertising San Juan Bautista. So I don't know who this guy's been talking to. But I'm with all the rest of you. I don't want to see tchotchkes and, you know, let's get a farmer's market and it'd be nice if it was local stuff. I mean, you know, most of us drive out to Phil Foster's, you know, out here on Duncan and get his stuff, but it'd be nice if we can bring it into town too. Is there a way we can have this guy come back with a definition of his farmer's market until we make, I don't want to make a decision on this, closing a street and upsetting more shop owners in town.
Yeah.
That's just my.
And a list of his vendors.
Yeah, we can certainly put this on an agenda for discussion as a temporary land use permit. And, it would be something that would be referred to the city council by the city manager. So, that's the way we would work that. And then as part of that, in the context of that temporary land use permit, we'd get him to spell out exactly what the character of the event or activity would be. So.
Thank you.
That would be your opportunity to state your preference and your requirement.
So we won't have an action. This won't be an action item tonight, right?
It doesn't have to
I
be.
don't want to approve it.
Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. I agree with Caesar. Talk is cheap, and while I too want really good farmers markets to be here, if he's the only one that wants to be here and he's the only one that's going to do it, I don't see a lot of people beating down the door to have a lot of farmers markets here. I also think we should probably let him do it and then pressure him to have the really good produce like what we get at Phil Foster's, and pressure him to move away from CDs and pan flutes and all that junk, excuse my French there, and move into lettuce, tomatoes, honey, jams, just like Scott said, all the agricultural stuff. And and if we can't, and if he won't do that, then we can just take away his temporary use permit. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would ask for a list of vendors. I mean, Dan listed a few, and there's others. There's Coke, Earthbound, Taylor, Pinnacle, Swank, B&R, Morris, Flowers. We have a plethora of locally sourced produce, meats, flowers, everything, and to get folks to come into town once a week would be huge. So hang on one second, public comment. The other thing would be one to ask for vendors. I went all the way up to Livermore 2 weekends ago to get purple cauliflower from Swank Farms. We should be able to get it here. And to have a time limit, not for an indeterminable amount of time from this month until I don't remember what it said, 6 months or something like that. But if it's every week, give it a month or two, and if we don't like what's going on, kick the bucket. Sorry, public comment. Do we have public comment?
Yeah, Jacqueline Morris Lopez.
Hey, Jackie, welcome.
Hey, good evening, everybody. It's getting close to my bedtime. Anyway, I recall that street at same exact location being closed for the farmer's market a few years ago. And I did have to say I really enjoyed it. I didn't go through the whole duration, so I didn't know how it morphed into a flea market, I guess, for lack of a better word. And there is that such thing at the Red Barn every weekend. But I feel like, give this guy an opportunity, see what he does. And I think it's an enjoyable experience for people that are strolling the streets. And, I don't know that they would be competing by selling produce with our shops. I think sometimes we sort of whine about things, but they're going to bring people in, and people will stroll into the shops. So, it's a win-win. The other thing is that Brian, I guess, and Dawn, the assistant and city manager, why can't the city sponsor a farmer's market if this is something that you guys are receiving multiple complaints? And our economic development coordinator can go out and recruit local farms and get, sponsor it that way. I mean, is that an option? Is that something we could do or you could do? Anyway, I'd like to see a farmer's market. I think it'd be a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yeah, Fran Fitzharris.
Hey, Fran, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, so I was kind of trying to assist and help with the farmer's market when it first came with Jerry, and it started off strong, but we weren't getting the attendance that he needed, and so he started to lose a lot of vendors. As far as, and that's something we can fix, certainly, but I really appreciate what John Freeman had to say, and also Jackie Morris. We don't have a lot of people knocking on our doors for farmer's market, and if this guy wants to work with us, I think that we should give him a chance, but we also need to get involved. It's really the San Juan way. In order to make something successful, we all have to be involved. And that means all of you guys going and talking to these local farms, because we try to, and if you can imagine, there's hundreds of farmers markets, and all of our farmers are going to all of those farmers markets. So the competition is pretty steep. And so we would have to do a lot of local recruiting and talking to our farms, just like what I do when there's a beer stroll. I go and talk to the breweries and tell them, please come do this beer stroll in San Juan. And so that's a lot of what will need to go on for all of us to make a farmer's market successful. We all have to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
We do have the email from Dan, and I think you all received it because you all noted.
I did not get it. I did not get it.
Oh, you did not get it?
So maybe you can forward it to me.
Okay. Would you like me to read it or just?
You know what? I think everybody's tired. It's okay.
Okay. I will send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, is that your wish?
Well, we did read everybody else's public comments into public comments. So I think we would have to read this in. You have 3 minutes.
Please stop me when I get to 3 minutes.
Oh, trust me.
Sorry for this is from Dan DeVries. Yeah, okay. So sorry for the delay in responding, Brian. I understand that the council has not yet awarded the permit to Mr. Lammy, and I would strongly encourage them not to. Not only has Mr. Lammy already demonstrated beyond debate his style for an outdoor market, he has also proven to me personally, at least, that he is not interested in pursuing the vision that I and others have for a truly legitimate farmers market, one where farmers have something to do with it. When I was on the council, Mr. Lammy made an appearance. I volunteered to come alongside him and introduce him to numerous local organic growers, etc., to create a better experience for the San Juan Farmers Market. He gave me his card, and I followed up with him numerous times, only to have him say that he frankly wasn't interested. Instead, he would like to go on selling very tacky flea market type styles as in the past. This is not at all what the community is interested in, or in any way, or any type of market that will draw people here as a legitimate farmers market in towns like Monterey and Santa Barbara. Establishing a truly great farmers market in San Juan is absolutely incredible, unprecedented opportunity to not only collaborate with our countless local organic farmers and growers, but to bring people here from all over to experience San Juan, continue with their shopping on 3rd Street, maybe followed by lunch at a one great restaurant. Mr. Lammy is just not the right person to get us there. And we have already seen. During last year on the council, I worked very hard to get Coke Farms, Eastbound, Taylor, True Leaf, and Pinnacle Farms interested and they were. I tried in vain to work with someone named Liz Turner, but I don't think anything was done. I would be happy to rekindle my efforts because this town, as an organic capital of the world, truly does deserve a world-class farmers market. People come to Phil Foster's Saturday morning produce stand in Pinnacle Farms in the middle of San Juan Valley every week from Palo Alto, Monterey, and beyond. Our farmers market could be all of that and even better. Just pick up the latest issue of Edible Monterey at flip through to see if the countless potential vendors for the right market here. Dan.
Thank you for that. Where am I? Okay, so before us is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing closure of Mariposa Street between 2nd and 3rd Street to enable a farmer's market every Sunday between 9:30 and 2 p.m. Are we tabling this or moving forward?
I'd hope we tabled it.
Yeah, no
Yes.
motion, it would be to no action.
Table it.
Agreed. Table it.
Table it.
Thank you. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Councilmember Freeman?
Yes to tabling?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Yes.
Councilmember Edge?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Yes.
And Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, are you there?
Yes. Table it.
Taking a nap.
Appoint a city clerk for the period ending December 2022. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry. Don?
So moved.
We have no applicants, so we're gonna continue to post that advertisement.
Perfect.
Okay.
Discussion. Miko?
Talked about it already, discussed to death.
Okay, yeah, no, I think I have the council's intent, and I'm happy to send a letter to the county summarizing our discussion today in favor of the program, now that we have more information.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was great inviting them. COVID-19 update.
Looks like we're extending it through July, the state of emergency.
Thank you. Water and wastewater update.
Well, I have about 20 slides.
Table it.
Next meeting.
Okay. You're welcome to stop by for a one-on-one. I just want to make clear, because there was a lot of chatter on Facebook about rate increases. Bartle Wells will have a water rate increase ready for the May 17th meeting, and we'll start the Prop 218 process for a rate increase for our water program. And just to make it clear for the community who can hear this or listens to it later, we are not importing water until we can demonstrate that we can afford it, and that will that have only come after a rate increase. The sewer rate increase went into effect in February. We do have predictions now for as many as six to 8 month delay because of the need for a fish and wildlife permit. It requires the Army Corps of Engineers to delineate a wetlands, because our project is crossing 2,000 square feet of wetlands on its way to Hollister. So we have informed the EPA and the Water Board of that concern, and they're helping us and supporting us with their relationships with the fish and wildlife permitting process to try and expedite that so that the force main is not delayed. The finance plan is coming along really well. We've got a completed USDA application and a completed SRF application. So we'll have our finance plan ready for the council, hopefully, if not in May, then in June. So that'll be in time for our budget to be incorporated into our capital improvement projects. So that's it in a nutshell for our water projects. I'm not moving quite as quickly as we were hoping, but they are moving forward. All right.
Thank you very much. Future agenda items? Anybody? Shout them out.
I can't think of anything right now. I'm too tired.
Send them over to Don. Final comments, Mary.
No, I had my booster today and I'm feeling really sick, so I want to go lay down.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Good meeting, anyway.
Good luck with that. Take care. Cesar,
No comments. A long ass meeting.
thank you very much. Scott,
I said a bad word.
And can we agree to have our presentations on a time basis? Like Gilroy only allows them like 6 minutes or something. I mean, can we be, can we
Yeah.
say, hey, look, how about if you don't go over 10 minutes? Because the presentation today was a little long and we had a couple of them. So if we, is there a way we can do that? That would be great.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
I agree.
Yeah,
Time limited Rotary when we have presentations, 20 minutes, that's it.
Oh, but 20 minutes is too long.
20 minutes is too long. I don't want to see more than 10.
Yeah. Keep it
No, I
moving.
think the 6 minutes is, or maybe 8 minutes.
Yeah.
go to 10 then.
Yeah. What was it,
Okay,
Gettysburg?
that's a great idea. Thanks, Scott, for that suggestion. Any other great suggestions?
Yeah, I have a suggestion. We adjourn.
Not you. Sorry. John, any final comments?
No, I'll
Thank you.
once again agree with Caesar. Let's adjourn.
Thank you very much. Lori, my final comment. Thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
City Manager, final comment.
Good job, Lori.
There will be a different clerk the next time you guys meet. She's on vacation.
Thank goodness we had City Clerk Month. Don, go ahead. Any final comments?
No, thanks for your patience. We're doing our best to get through the deputy city clerk and city clerk absences, and we've had a
Yeah,
few hiccups, and I just appreciate everyone's patience.
We're doing great. Thank you. Final comment, Bob.
No, everything, good meeting, lots on the table.
Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
Yeah. Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Good night.
Good
Thank you very much. Good night, all.
Sorry.
Safe travels home, Don and Brian.
Thank you.
Bye. Drive home safely. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.